For many years, Ultimate Marvel has been a massive part of my comic book fandom. The first comic that I ever purchased was an early issue of Bendis and Bagley's Ultimate Spider-Man, and ever since then I've had a strong affinity for this universe. As a result, I've covered and discussed numerous Ultimate Marvel books on this channel, chronicling everything from the highs of Ultimate Spider-Man to the lows of Ultimatum and everything in between. For all of its ups and downs, the Ultimate Universe does have a fascinating history. It was home to not only several memorable storylines, but also many bold and distinct reinventions of Marvel's biggest characters, and helped to revitalise the company's world for the new millennium. And so, in this video, I want to look back at the history of Earth 1610 and examine some of the Ultimate Universe's meteoric highs and frustrating lows, as well as examine the legacy of the original Ultimate Universe today and how it should be remembered. Before we continue though, just a quick reminder to leave a like on this video if you enjoy it, and subscribe to Owen Likes Comics so you don't miss out on any future videos. The Ultimate Marvel Universe officially began in September of 2000, with the release of Brian Michael Bendis and Mark Bagley's Ultimate Spider-Man Issue 1. This new endeavour had been in the works for some time behind the scenes at Marvel. First conceived as a line-wide reboot of the entire Marvel Universe by then incoming publisher Bill Jemas, the concept was reworked into a ground zero reimagining of some of the company's biggest characters, introducing new versions of Spider-Man, the X-Men, the Fantastic Four and the Avengers as if they came into existence at the turn of the new millennium. And although Jemas and Marvel editor-in-chief Joe Quesada were the original architects behind this pitch, the writer tasked with bringing this concept to life was none other than Brian Michael Bendis. Bendis was a rising star within the comics industry by the turn of the millennium. Having established his name with independent books such as Powers, Jinx and Sam and Twitch, he was introduced to Joe Quesada through their mutual friend artist David Mack. While making this video, I actually sat down for an interview with Brian Michael Bendis, where he explained how he was hired to write Ultimate Spider-Man.
I got this gig partially because of Powers and a book I did called Torso. And one of my best friends, David Mack, had started working on Daredevil, and I was like, "Hey, show Joe my stuff," right? I was like, when you get a chance, and eventually he was able to get in a position to do so. And Joe called me and said, "Hey, what do you want to do if you come here? What are your interests?" And I pitched what I then found out to be what everyone pitches if they are lucky enough to get this call. It's books you think you could get your hands on. Like, you're like, well, they're not going to give me X-Men. So I want Doctor Strange, Nick Fury. It's like this list of what you think you could kick ass on, but maybe you don't have to fight for them. He called me and said, "Actually, we really need help on Daredevil. Do you like Daredevil?" I'm like, yeah, and it's why I'm in comics. And so he goes, "Hey, if you and David Mack could like team up and do like an arc of Daredevil, that would really help where we are on the schedule. We're behind schedule on that book. It's a big hit, but boy, oh boy." And I was surprised. And I said, "Hey, Joe, I'm really surprised you hired me." He goes, "Oh, I need characters. You write characters." And like I need original characters. And I'm like, "Oh, thank God I found the person that like really was focused on what was important to me as a creator." The next Monday, I remember he called me up and goes, "Hey, we've been trying to start Spider-Man over from scratch. Are you into Spider-Man?" And I go, "Yeah, of course." He was a nerd and hung up. And I'm like, "Did editor-in-chief just call me a nerd for liking Spider-Man?" Anyway, so I started working on Ultimate Spider-Man, which had well been in development with another writer. So I got to learn the lessons from the other writers, mistakes I would have made. So it was a kind of a gift that I was like, "Here, don't do this version. We tried it already," right? And the version that's more like loving and very like, let's just repeat Amazing Fantasy 15 exactly because it's not broken and you don't need to fix it. But instead, I made these choices and came across this wonderful quote by Stan Lee that I literally stumbled upon. It said, "The only reason Amazing Fantasy 15 is 11 pages or whatever it is because that's all the publisher would give me. I wish the origin of Spider-Man was multiple issues long. I went,
Wow.
literally, the creator of Spider-Man just said, I wish it looked like this, which was my impulse. And I felt free to like, oh, let's go for it. So that's why there's no like costume for like for first few issues.
After agreeing to helm Ultimate Spider-Man, Bendis was paired with Mark Bagley, a veteran Spidey artist of the 1990s, and given a series of outlines by Gemmis that explained what this new look version of Spider-Man should be and how it would update the classic character. These outlines included Peter being bitten by a genetically altered spider instead of a radioactive one, the Green Goblin being the title's first main antagonist, and extending Peter's origin story out to an entire 7-issue arc. Bendis and Bagley workshopped these ideas alongside their own knowledge and history with the Wallcrawler, ultimately crafting a new iteration of the friendly neighbourhood hero that felt both relevant to the character's past and distinctly fresh and modern. Ultimate Spider-Man's debut issue hit shelves in September of 2000. It was immediately well received by fans and critics alike, with this positive response only growing throughout the duo's 6-issue origin story. Due to Ultimate Spider-Man's success, coupled with the release of Ultimate X-Men issue 1 in December, Marvel began seeking to develop even more Ultimate books, and this is where the initial conversation surrounding Ultimate Team-Up first began. During my conversation with Bendis, I asked him about this period of his career, and how the concept for Ultimate Marvel Team-Up came to be.
Ultimate Spider comes out, right place, right time, right marketing, a company desperate to like get eyeballs back on their product. The book came out, did great. Better than anything I've ever been part of. They asked me to do Ultimate X-Men, and I just wasn't ready yet. I didn't have it. And it was so confusing because I really had Spider-Man. I had it, but I didn't have X-Men. So I said, can I just do Spider-Man? And they go, well, what else would you want to do? And then I'm like, well, it does seem to me, based on what this lineup is supposed to be, there should be a book that's wholly celebratory of the art form of comics. Things that brought me in the hardest was Marvel Fanfare, which was a book that came out in the 80s that was kind of an anthology evergreen series of really the best creators that ever lived, like Dave Gibbons doing Doctor Strange and Paul Smith doing X-Men and Michael Golden, who rarely did any Marvel comics, did a whole beautiful thing. And Barry Windsor Smith doing Fantastic Four. I mean, you go down the list and you think, no way that's what's in this book. It's literally like boom, 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 for years, all edited by Al Milgrom. And it was very warm and inviting. And at the same time, the highest art that they could come up with, yet at the same time, the most fun. And another book that was very inviting to me was Marvel Team Up. Like a lot of people, I would buy the books where, oh, you get more than one superhero for the same amount of money. So I'm like, what if it was a cross between Marvel Team Up, but with the editorial mandate of Marvel Fanfare? I'm like, all right, so this is what I'll do. I'll create a yes and book. It's Spider-Man and you pick the other character. I'll write it for you after we talk a little bit about like what do you want to draw that no one lets you draw? What have you been dying to draw? Do you have a villain design in your back pocket that you have no character for? Like show me what you've been sketching, right? So it's a mixture of people I grew up with, like Jim Mahfood, and then people that I admired deeply, like Bill Sienkiewicz. And every single issue became that. And so we did the book for a very long time. It was editorially very difficult to do because you basically had to start the book over every month.
Before we continue though, I want to take a second and talk to you about something I should probably promote more often. Patreon.com/Owen Likes Comics. I've been working on this channel full time for a little while now. It's my absolute dream job and I love it, and it wouldn't be possible without everyone who watches, subscribes, likes and comments, as well as all of my supporters over on Patreon. In case you didn't know, I release several bonus videos and podcasts every month on my Patreon, as well as the full uncut conversations with special guests that I record as part of these videos. You can also watch all of my videos ad-free and several days early and be part of a community of like-minded people where we regularly chat about comics, movies and everything else. There are multiple different tiers with unique perks starting at just $1 per month. I will leave links in the video description and the pinned comment, or just go to patreon.com/Owen Likes Comics. At the very least, check it out and see if it's something you'd be interested in. Thank you for all of your support, and let's get back to the video. Ultimate Marvel Team Up ran for a total of 16 issues, and focused on Peter Parker encountering different heroes and villains from across the Marvel Universe. As such, the series primarily took an anthology-style approach to storytelling, publishing either one-shot or two-part stories that featured Spider-Man interacting with different characters in often their first appearance on Earth 1610. Although Brian Michael Bendis penned every issue in this series, for each different storyline he collaborated with a different guest artist. As a result, I want to provide an overview of the plot and story of each of these 16 issues, as well as discuss the various artists who worked on this series and where each story fits or sometimes doesn't fit within the Ultimate Marvel continuity. The first issue, released in February of 2001, featured Bendis working with artist Matt Wagner, best known as the creator of Grendel and Mage, and saw the first encounter between Ultimate Spider-Man and Wolverine. The issue begins with Weapon X sending Sabretooth alongside two other agents to hunt down Logan. The pair fight throughout the New York subway and into Times Square, with this commotion attracting Spider-Man's attention. Peter intervenes right as Sabretooth tries to kill Logan, with the two heroes working together to neutralise the villain. As onlookers berate Spider-Man and Wolverine for being mutants, the pair are then surrounded by police. Peter grabs Logan's back and swings them to safety, as Sabretooth and the Weapon X agents regroup and watch on. On a nearby rooftop, Wolverine's injuries begin to heal, and Peter asks who Sabretooth was and why he's being hunted. Logan remains cagey, but thanks Spider-Man for his help, beginning an unlikely friendship that would become a mainstay throughout the Ultimate Universe. The issue ends in comedic fashion, with Peter returning to school the next day, having styled his hair and outfit to look like Wolverine, much to his classmates' amusement. This issue is quite notable for several reasons. Firstly, it marked one of Matt Wagner's only times illustrating a Marvel comic, and is the only instance of him illustrating either Spider-Man or Wolverine, save for one page in 1989's Wolverine issue 9. Likewise, the comic marked the first official crossover from characters from existing Ultimate Marvel titles, bringing together Peter Parker from Bendis and Bagley's Ultimate Spider-Man, and Wolverine from Mark Millar and Adam Kubert's Ultimate X-Men. And finally, it set a precedent for readers of what they could expect from an issue of Ultimate Marvel Team Up. Fun one-shot stories that flesh out the various corners of this brand new continuity, all while introducing a new generation of fans to a unique array of artists who don't regularly draw Marvel comics. Regarding how this issue fits in continuity, Spider-Man and Wolverine would have a long friendship throughout the Ultimate Universe's heyday. Not only would other X-Men characters appear later in this series, but both heroes would regularly cross over in each other's titles. In addition, this comic served as Sabretooth's debut in the Ultimate Universe. Victor would quickly reappear in Ultimate X-Men number 8 from August of 2001, continuing the Weapon X story teased by Bendis and Wagner. Sabretooth would fight Wolverine in issue 12, ending this storyline. He would then make sporadic appearances throughout the Ultimate X-Men series, joining the Brotherhood of Mutants, and eventually fighting Logan's son, Jimmy Hudson. Sabretooth's final appearance in Miles Morales' Ultimate Spider-Man number 10 saw the villain be given a noticeable redesign, now sporting a much more animalistic appearance, as he and Electro are taken down by the new Spider-Man. For the next two issues, Bendis collaborated with artist Phil Hester, best known at the time for working with Kevin Smith on Green Arrow, as well as his run on Swamp Thing with Grant Morrison and Mark Millar. Given that Hester was primarily a DC artist at this time, it was incredibly exciting to see the world outside your window drawn through his signature style, especially when he and Bendis crafted a two-part story that introduced none other than the Incredible Hulk into the Ultimate Universe. Issue 2 opens with Peter overhearing a conversation at the Daily Bugle about a monster rampaging throughout New York. Fearing the Green Goblin has somehow returned, he suits up as Spider-Man and races across town, only to instead be met by Bruce Banner's violent alter ego. Spidey attempts to empathise with Hulk and lure him away from civilians, eventually leading him to an abandoned warehouse near the river. In issue 3, Peter and Banner are tracked down by General Ross and the US Army. During this, Hulk transforms back into Bruce Banner and shockingly recognises Peter, ominously stating that they're somehow connected. This is then interrupted when a massive explosion occurs within the warehouse, and when the dust settles, Hulk is nowhere to be found. With Banner gone, Peter is left to ponder what this strange message meant and how the two could possibly be connected. This two-part crossover would serve as a solid introduction to the Jade Giant in this new continuity. Hulk would reappear the following year in the pages of Mark Millar and Brian Hitch's Ultimates. Thanos. Although Hitch and colorist Paul Mount would depict the character as grey instead of green, and he was overall written as a far less likeable version than the one introduced by Bendis and Hester, Bruce's encounter with Peter Parker would be referenced and explained in future stories. Namely, in Bendis and Butch Guice's Ultimate Origins series from 2008, it's revealed that Richard and Mary Parker were present during Bruce's first transformation into the Hulk, with the comic depicting Banner killing the pair and only being calmed down by the sight of an infant Peter. Now, this revelation does conflict with Bendis' other retellings of Peter's parents' deaths, as in Ultimate Spider-Man number 33, the writer established that the pair were killed in a plane crash orchestrated by Bolivar Trask, after Richard and Eddie Brock Sr. attempted to flee the country with the symbiotes. Nevertheless, we can just say that Richard and Mary were injured but survived the Hulk's first rampage, but were later killed in the plane crash, as I think this story does establish a unique and interesting dynamic between the Hulk and Spider-Man. In a similar fashion, issues 4 and 5 are another two-part story, as Bendis and Mike Allred oversaw the introduction of Ultimate Iron Man. Mike Allred was an artist on the rise by May of 2001, having already worked on issues of DC's Sandman and Marvel's Untold Tales of Spider-Man 96. He found success writing and drawing Rocket Red 7 for Dark Horse. At the time of this issue's release, Allred was merely months away from starting his X-Force run with writer Peter Milligan, a comic that would help establish him as a celebrated artist in mainstream comics. Henceforth, Allred brought his signature pop art style to the world of Earth 1610, as he and Bendis not only introduced this universe's Tony Stark, but also set up several interesting plot points and characters for future events and stories. Issue 4 focuses on Peter attending a school trip to the Stark International Expo, when the building is swarmed by a group of Latvian soldiers. We learn that the soldiers have been sent to steal Stark's Iron Man technology, following a breakdown in trade relations between the two parties. Despite not having his costume, Peter attempts to stop the attackers until Iron Man appears, and the pair end up working together to dispatch the foes. During issue 5, the fight is intercut with Tony recounting his origin story. He's kidnapped by rebel forces in Guatemala called the Red Devils and forced to build a suit of armor, only to use it to escape his capture after his cousin Morgan is killed. Once Spidey and Iron Man fend off the Latvian forces, the final page reveals that they were actually sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. as part of a covert mission for Nick Fury to gain Stark's technology. These issues of Ultimate Marvel Team-Up are particularly fascinating when viewed in the context of Iron Man's next appearance in the series. Much like Hulk, Tony played a crucial role in Miller and Hitch's Ultimate, and would be wholly reimagined in several ways. Miller and Hitch's Iron Man was introduced as Antonio Stark, sporting a brand new armor, and even received a completely different backstory, now being diagnosed with an inoperable brain tumor, which caused him to re-evaluate his life's work and legacy. Interestingly, although this version of Ultimate Iron Man is largely the one most people are familiar with, his origin story would be retconned and changed several more times. In 2005, Orson Scott Card and Andy Kubert published an Ultimate Iron Man miniseries that told a very different version of Tony Stark's early years. However, that series would later be retconned out of continuity by Mark Miller in 2011, with it later being explained as a fictional TV show within the Ultimate Universe. Because of all of these changes to Iron Man's origin, I'm not exactly sure if we could classify Bendis and Allred's story as officially being canon one way or the other. On the other hand, these issues also introduced Nick Fury into the universe, and were the first examples of the character being depicted as African American. Although Allred's version doesn't resemble Samuel L. Jackson, with that particular look for Fury being introduced by Brian Hitch, his design in issue 5 is near identical to how he appears in Ultimate X-Men issues 9 through 12, where he's depicted as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and a former member of Weapon X, alongside the aforementioned Ultimate Origins. Therefore, I think it's fair to assume that these appearances do fit into continuity, but take place prior to his appearances in the Ultimates, and that following his encounters with Spider-Man, Iron Man and the X-Men, he becomes the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and adopts his now iconic look. Continuing the theme of multi-chapter stories, the next 3 issues of Ultimate Marvel Team-Up saw Bendis team with artist Bill Sienkiewicz to introduce 2 fan-favourite Marvel heroes into the Ultimate Universe, Daredevil and the Punisher. It should be noted that in addition to writing Ultimate Spider-Man and Team-Up, Bendis had also recently taken over as the new writer of Daredevil. Henceforth, this story serves as a spiritual crossover between 2 of his most significant projects. Similar to Bendis, Bill Sienkiewicz also had a notable history deeply in the Daredevil world, having worked with Frank Miller on both Elektra Assassin and Daredevil Love and War in 1986. Alongside these works, Sienkiewicz was also well known for his tenures on X-Men and the Fantastic Four, as well as co-creating the New Mutants in 1984. Henceforth, by the summer of 2001, Sienkiewicz was a celebrated comics artist, and the notion of him and Bendis bringing his signature expressionistic style to Earth 1610 was incredibly exciting. Across these 3 issues, we're first introduced to the ultimate Frank Castle, who is incarcerated on Rikers Island and plotting to kill several corrupt police officers responsible for the death of his family. Once Punisher escapes, he returns to New York and starts to target his former colleagues, until one officer confesses his crime to lawyer Matt Murdock. After this officer is killed though, Murdock suits up as Daredevil to investigate Punisher's violent crusade. And with both Daredevil and the Punisher on the hunt throughout New York City, this also catches Spider-Man's attention. Spidey and Daredevil eventually chase Castle down as he tries to kill a cop working for a crime boss called the Owl. After Daredevil fails to stop Punisher, Peter swings in and knocks him unconscious. The closing moments of issue 8 see Castle be arrested and sent back to Rikers Island, only for him to be placed in a cell alongside another corrupt officer, suggesting that the Punisher's work has only just begun. Although every issue in this series very much has its own visual identity, the Daredevil and Punisher issues feel the most tonally and stylistically distinct. While Bendis' work on Ultimate Spider-Man had largely been a fun coming-of-age superhero soap opera, these comics saw the writer lean back into his gritty crime noir roots, showcasing the dark corners of the Marvel Universe through the introduction of Frank Castle and Matt Murdock. Likewise, Bill Sienkiewicz's art immediately separates these issues apart from anything published in Team Up before or after, and grounds the story in a gritty noir feel that also somehow borders on ethereal and dreamlike on occasions. These issues are also some of the more clear-cut in regards to where they fit within the Ultimate continuity, as Daredevil and the Punisher would make numerous appearances in the pages of Ultimate Spider-Man, and this particular encounter here would later be referenced in subsequent stories. Punisher returned in Ultimate Spider-Man Annual No. 2, once again escaping Rikers and assassinating police captain Jean DeWolf. He would also make several appearances in Mark Miller and Lionel Francis Yu's Ultimate Avengers, where he became a member of this new Black Ops task force. Meanwhile, in October of 2002, Greg Rucka and Salvatore LaRocca published a 4-issue miniseries called Ultimate Daredevil and Elektra, which told the origin of both Matt Murdock and Elektra Nasios. The hero would also make several cameo appearances in both Ultimate Spider-Man and Ultimate X-Men, and even briefly formed a team called the Knights alongside Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, Iron Fist, Shang-Chi and Moon Knight to take down the Kingpin. Unfortunately, Matt Murdock was one of many heroes killed during the events of Ultimatum. However, in the pages of Ultimate Avengers issue 13, Mark Miller and Steve Dillon introduced a brand new version of Daredevil, this one being a teenage vampire trained by Stick who becomes part of a secret vampire invasion led by a clone of the Hulk. Issue 9 is actually the comic that inspired me to make this entire video, as it's something I've been fascinated by for several years. For those unaware, the Fantastic Four are my favourite team in all of comics, and I have a lot of fond memories of reading the original Ultimates title that ran from 2004 to 2009. However, while this iteration of Marvel's first family were brought to life by the trio of Bendis, Mark Miller and Adam Kubert, it wasn't actually the first time that these 4 iconic characters appeared in an Ultimate Marvel comic. In November 2001, Bendis collaborated with artist Jim Mahfood on a special issue of Ultimate Marvel Team Up. The comic focuses on Peter visiting the Baxter Building as part of a school assignment, where he's sent to shadow Reed Richards. During his visit, Peter is given a full tour of the facility, which recaps the team's origins of being exposed to cosmic rays during a mission into the Negative Zone, only for the Baxter Building to suddenly be attacked by Skrulls. Seeking to prove himself to the Fantastic Four, Peter suits up and tries to fight the aliens, eventually battling throughout New York City and even into Marvel Comics' offices, and right past real-life editor-in-chief Joe Quesada. Eventually, the Fantastic Four arrive and teleport the Skrulls back to the Negative Zone, and Reed reveals that he had already deduced Peter's secret identity. The issue ends in comedic fashion, with the heroes realizing that part of the Baxter Building had accidentally been teleported into the Negative Zone as well. This comic is notably more light-hearted and self-aware than the other installments in the series, poking fun at not just the Marvel Universe, but several real-life figures within Marvel Comics. Because of this, Marvel was quick to establish that this story wasn't part of the main Ultimate continuity, and was later established to have took place on Earth TRN 526. This was not only a result of the book's self-aware tone, but also the noticeable differences in its presentation of the Fantastic Four. You see, the version introduced by Bendis, Miller and Kubert in 2004 would be considerably younger than their classic counterparts, who the Ultimate Marvel team-up version were much more comparable to. Alongside this, Bendis and Mahfood featured the Skrulls as the issue's antagonists, an alien race not otherwise featured in the Ultimate Marvel universe, as they were effectively replaced by the newly created Chitauri. Regardless of this comic's place in canon though, it does remain a fun and light-hearted story that celebrates the long history of Spidey and the Fantastic Four. While making this video, I actually sat down with Jim Mahfood himself. I asked him how he reflects on this project 2 decades later, and what it meant for him to work on a comic featuring these undisputed titans of the superhero genre.
This came along at a perfect time because I was just doing random projects, random issues of things. And you know, once Brian contacted me, I of course said, yes, whatever the schedule is, just let me know. I'm on board. Shortly after that, Ralph Macchio, the editor, contacted me and was like the sweetest, nicest guy on the phone, but also said, you know, I don't know who you are. I've never heard of your work. He's like, I like your work. I've seen it. It's very interesting. I think he knew that with my issue in particular, like Brian and I were basically making a comedy one-shot comic. With Spidey and the FF. I mean, the whole book is almost a meta joke with tons of bizarre references and pop culture stuff that was almost like ahead of its time. It was almost Kevin Smithian in that it was, hey, if you're reading this book, you're one of us and you're in on the joke. One great memory of working on the book too was Brian and I were both like night owls at the time. So there was a couple times where he would call me and we would just be chatting on the phone at like 11:30 at night or for an hour or two as we were kind of going through the layouts and the pages and talking about jokes and talking about our love for comics and Spider-Man. And so it was, I love that idea of like the two weirdos at night while everyone's asleep are making their bizarre single issue Spider-Man comic. And we're really these like indie guys in disguise, just getting away with murder basically at Marvel. You know, I did not have any awareness, and it was not brought up at all of what the future of the Fantastic Four as its own solo ultimate title would be. So this was just Brian and I are going to do the FF with Spidey. I definitely did sketches of the characters, and I mean, they're just based on the original FF, but I think that was one of the appeals of us doing this sort of one-shot humor issue is, well, my art style reflects that. And Brian obviously saw the Clerks book, and you know, so it was kind of like, let's do a full color superhero version of that pop culture jokey Kevin Smith aesthetic. Wink, wink, nod, nod, but it's at the Marvel Wednesday Warrior audience is the way I interpreted it. And it seems like Ralph Macchio, the editor, everybody was on board for that direction.
January of 2002 saw Ultimate Marvel Team-Up number 10 be released, and to celebrate the book entering its second year, Marvel spared no expense in hiring a comic book legend to come and draw this issue. Here, Bendis was paired with John Totleben, perhaps best known for his work with Alan Moore on Miracle Man and Swamp Thing. Given how impactful Moore and Totlben's Swamp Thing run was, still being regarded today as the character's definitive series, it's unsurprising that the artist would want to bring over that signature style to the world of Earth 1610, as he and Bendis introduced not just Man-Thing, but an iconic Spider-Man villain in the Lizard. The issue is told from the perspective of Dr. Kurt Connors, depicted as a college lecturer researching the use of lizard DNA to regrow human limbs. After losing funding for his project, a desperate Connors experiments on himself and is transformed into a monstrous creature. This tragic tale is intercut with a group of robbers escaping into the New York sewers following their heist, only to encounter Connors as the Lizard. Lizard quickly rampages throughout the sewers, catching Spider-Man's attention. Peter eventually comes face to face with the Lizard, and unlike his earlier encounter with the Hulk, he's unable to reach the man within the monster. While Peter struggles to empathize with Connors, a hulking monster with glowing red eyes appears from the mist and is revealed to be Man-Thing. Despite his terrifying appearance, Man-Thing proves to be an ally, using his empathetic powers to subconsciously connect with Connors, restoring his human form and ending his rampage. Peter then carries an unconscious Connors home as Man-Thing vanishes back into the shadows. The next day, Peter writes an email to Mary Jane, attempting to process these recent events, while the final page shows Dr. Connors leaving a somber note for his wife as he exiles himself and returns to the sewers, hoping to continue his research and permanently cure his condition. This is my favourite issue in all of Ultimate Marvel Team Up. Not only is John Totlben's artwork absolutely stellar, but Bendis crafted a really emotional tale about the boundaries between man and monster, creating an emotional bond between not just the Lizard and Man-Thing, but also Peter Parker and Dr. Curt Connors. Although this issue would mark Man-Thing's only appearance in the Ultimate Universe, Dr. Connors would remain a regular character throughout Ultimate Spider-Man, albeit only in human form, with this issue marking the Lizard's only proper appearance in the series. He reappears in issue 39 from April of 2003, mentoring Peter as he begins to research the symbiote created by his father and Eddie Brock Sr. This leads into the Venom saga, where we see Connors experiencing nightmares of his time as the Lizard. In Ultimate Spider-Man issues 60 through 64, Connors obtains a sample of Peter's blood and accidentally creates the Carnage symbiote, which results in the death of Gwen Stacy. Because of this incident and Connors' continued guilt, he eventually surrenders himself to the police, with his final appearances in Earth 1610 depicting him as a scientist working for S.H.I.E.L.D. Following this, issue 11 is one of the more straightforward issues in the entire series. Unlike any of the earlier or later entries, this comic doesn't actually introduce any new characters into the Ultimate Universe. Instead, it builds on the events of the book's debut issue and features a lighthearted crossover between Spider-Man and various members of the X-Men. For this entry in the series, Bendis worked with artist China Clugston Flores, then best known for her manga-inspired teen comic Blue Monday. Blue Monday's influence is clear to see in this issue, as it features Peter and his friends skipping school and venturing to a local mall where they bump into several members of the X-Men. There isn't too much to say here in regards to plot. The issue mainly focuses on further establishing Peter's close relationship with the mutant heroes and builds off the book's debut issue with Wolverine. There is an interesting sequence in which one of Peter's friends discovers that the other group are mutants, showcasing the prejudice that these teens regularly face. However, Gwen, MJ and Kong accept them nonetheless. In terms of continuity, as I noted earlier, Spider-Man would frequently cross over with the X-Men throughout the Ultimate Universe's lifespan. In addition to his many team-ups with Wolverine, Peter also dated Kitty Pryde, and she even briefly became his crime-fighting partner during his time apart from Mary Jane. Unfortunately, much of the X-Men was killed off during the events of Ultimatum, including Logan, Cyclops, Beast and Professor X. Although the series did continue and focused on a new group of mutants led by both Kitty Pryde and Jean Grey, the X-Men never regained their momentum in the universe thereafter. Ironically, Liz Allen, the character depicted in Team Up as being the most afraid of mutants, would herself be revealed as one during this period, joining the New Look X-Men as Firestar. The next two issues of Ultimate Marvel Team Up return the series to its frequent format of telling multi-part stories with acclaimed comic book artists, as Bendis teamed with Ted McKeever to introduce Ultimate Doctor Strange. McKeever was mainly known to comic fans as the artist on Rachel Pollack's run of Doom Patrol in the early 1990s, alongside his work on The Extremist with Peter Milligan and books like Industrial Gothic, Transit and Eddy Current. Because of his unique and instantly identifiable style, as well as his penchant for handling the more spiritual and supernatural corners of superhero storytelling, the decision to have McKeever work on a Doctor Strange tale was quite inspired. Throughout issues 12 and 13, we actually learn that in this continuity, Stephen Strange is actually a second-generation Sorcerer Supreme, with his father, the original Doctor Strange, having a backstory and character design more familiar to the hero's Earth 616 counterpart. The younger Strange, in turn, is depicted as the son of Strange Sr. and Clea, and trained by Wong to carry on his father's legacy after his mysterious disappearance. The plot of this issue focuses on a rival sorcerer named Xandu trying to steal the Wand of Watum, and mind controls Spider-Man to help accomplish his scheme. Peter ultimately fights Doctor
Doctor Strange, which ends after the Wallcrawler is sent into the astral plane and knocked unconscious. Once Spidey awakens and is now free from the mind control, he teams up with Strange and Wong to defend the Sanctum from Xandu. Strange struggles to stop the intruder with his magic, only for Peter to sucker punch a distracted Xandu and knock him unconscious. Following this, Strange and Wong thank Spidey for his help as he swings back out into the city, leaving the two sorcerers behind to clean up the mess. While not a character particularly spotlighted in Ultimate Marvel, Doctor Strange would continue to appear throughout numerous comics in subsequent years. He returned in Ultimate Spider-Man issue 70 through 71, once again teaming up with Peter to stop the villain Nightmare, and he was later part of the Knights team formed by Spider-Man and Daredevil. Strange also played a notable role in 2009's Ultimatum, when the flood created by Magneto destroyed the Sanctum Sanctorum. This allows Dormammu to escape his prison, and as Strange attempts to stop his rampage, he's ultimately tortured and killed by the villain.
Issue 14 hit shelves in March of 2002 and saw Bendis team with Terry Moore, creator of the popular 1990s indie series Strangers in Paradise. Published through Moore's Abstract Studio, Strangers in Paradise began in 1993 and featured a fun blend of interpersonal melodrama with aspects of crime thriller and traditional superhero storytelling. While he would later work on several other Marvel titles including Runaways and Spider-Man Loves Mary Jane, Ultimate Marvel Team Up marked Moore's first time working for the company, as he and Bendis crafted the first appearance of Ultimate Black Widow.
In this issue, Widow is depicted as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent sent to infiltrate New York's Latverian embassy, continuing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strange relationship with Latveria from the Iron Man issues of Team Up. Romanova is captured by the Latverian ambassador, but escapes only to run into Spider-Man. She tries to disguise herself as a civilian in danger, asking Peter to swing her to safety. However, she then attacks Spidey and later meets up with Nick Fury, who congratulates her on her work and offers her a place in his new metahuman task force, the Ultimates. This comic is one of the more clear-cut issues in terms of how it sets up future stories and plot points, as Black Widow's introduction here directly leads into her appearances in Mark Millar and Brian Hitch's Ultimates. In issue 7, released in October of 2002, she and Hawkeye are recruited into the team, and Natalia quickly begins a relationship with Tony Stark. During the 2004 follow-up Ultimates 2, Black Widow would be revealed as a double agent and a traitor, secretly working for a group of terrorists called the Liberators. This results in a tense confrontation between her and Iron Man, where Tony uses nanites he placed in Natalia's blood to incapacitate her. Ultimates 2 ends with Black Widow being hospitalized, where Hawkeye visits and reluctantly assassinates his former friend. Although this version of the character would be killed off within 2 years of debuting, Ultimate Marvel would be home to several other versions of Black Widow. For example, Monica Chang adopts the name in 2009's Ultimate Avengers. Following Chang's death at the hands of the Green Goblin though, Jessica Drew, the female clone of Peter Parker from the Ultimate Clone Saga, takes on the persona in her honour. The Jessica Drew incarnation would be the final one seen in Earth 1610, appearing in the final page of Bendis and Mark Bagley's Spider-Man 2, where she's seen as a member of the Ultimates. The final issues of Team Up are yet another two-part story, with Bendis and Rick Mays introducing Shang-Chi to the continuity. The story is framed around a Chinese parable that follows a prince as he escapes his father's oppressive rule, all while being watched over by a spider. In the present day, Shang-Chi arrives in Chinatown to visit his Aunt Lee, only to confront a group of criminals attempting to rob her. We quickly learn, as the parable suggests, that Shang is hiding from his family, as his mother is sent to apprehend him. Peter and MJ are also on a date in Chinatown at the same time, and witness Shang-Chi fighting in an alleyway. While Peter tries to help, he's shocked at Shang's power as he single-handedly defeats his attackers. After his mother places a bounty on Shang's head, causing much of New York's criminal underworld to hunt him, the young hero encounters Spider-Man, and the pair work together to help him escape. After taking out a swarm of mercenaries, Peter jokingly asks Shang-Chi to help train him in martial arts. Instead though, Shang simply thanks Spidey for his help and flees New York, seemingly returning home to confront his father and destroy his criminal enterprise. These issues are relatively self-contained, however Shang-Chi does return in later issues of Ultimate Spider-Man. After returning to Chinatown and befriending Danny Rand, aka Iron Fist, he's drawn into the crossfire of a gang war between Tombstone and the Kingpin. This eventually leads to Shang and Iron Fist joining the Knights team with Spider-Man, Daredevil and Doctor Strange. The hero's final appearance in the Ultimate Universe came in Ultimate Spider-Man issue 110, where the Knights disband after Iron Fist is revealed to be a traitor, secretly working for Wilson Fisk after Kingpin threatened his family. Although Shang-Chi wasn't a mainstay in the Ultimate Marvel Universe, his appearances in both Team Up and Ultimate Spider-Man were enjoyable, and his martial arts approach to crime fighting mixed with his troubled family background always made for an interesting dynamic and contrast with Spider-Man. These Shang-Chi issues would mark the end of Ultimate Marvel Team Up, as the comic officially came to an end in May of 2002.
Following its 16-issue run, Ultimate Marvel Team Up came to an end in early 2002. In June of that year, Marvel published the Ultimate Spider-Man Special, a one-shot comic that effectively served as an epilogue to this title.
Written solely by Brian Michael Bendis and featuring numerous artists who had worked on Team Up, as well as frequent collaborators like Alex Maleev, David Mack and Michael Avon Oeming, and legendary artists like Al Milgrom, Dave Gibbons and John Romita Sr., this comic featured cameos from several heroes introduced in Team Up, namely Daredevil, Iron Man and the Fantastic Four. Additionally, Ultimate Spider-Man Special introduced two new heroes into the universe, with the comic marking the Earth 1610 debuts of both Blade and Elektra. The issue ends with a special thank you from Bendis, highlighting his fondness for the project and celebrating the wild array of stories, characters and unique collaborations it had become home to over the past year.
Looking back at Ultimate Marvel Team Up close to a quarter century later, this series played quite an underrated role in mapping out the early direction of the Ultimate Universe, introducing a wide array of characters, as well as establishing Brian Michael Bendis as a key voice and rising figure within the company. At the time this book was released, both Ultimate Spider-Man and Ultimate X-Men were still very much in their infancy, with so much of this new continuity yet to be explored or fleshed out. As a result, Bendis and his collaborators took the opportunity to really build out the world of Earth 1610, turning it into a fully realised and lived-in setting that future writers could incorporate into their stories.
Although not every installment in this series is canon, and some depictions of certain heroes differ wildly to their later appearances, it's hard to overlook this comic's role in expanding the Ultimate Universe in such a short amount of time, alongside introducing a ton of incredible artists to a whole new generation of fans. During my conversation with Brian Michael Bendis, I asked him about the factors that led up to Ultimate Team Up's conclusion after issue 16, as well as how he looks back on this project 2 decades later as both a key piece of the early Ultimate Universe and a major turning point for his career.
It became editorially unsustainable when I started Avengers. I was like, oh, Avengers is going to take up a lot of my time. And I was like, oh, should I hand this Team Up book over to someone? I remember a lot of conversations about from who became the publisher, Dan Buckley, about, there's nothing wrong with just telling your story and being done. Not everything has to go 1,000 issues. Like, we were using like the BBC model of TV, where they'll do 2 seasons and a special, and that, no matter how big of a hit it is, it's just like, contain it, tell your story, and move on. I got to like do a triple size, like super special finale, where I got to like put in all the ones that couldn't do a whole issue but were interested vaguely. I was very, very proud of it. And then meanwhile, the other thing it was able to do was we were still building the Ultimate Universe. So on top of the yes-anding that I'm doing with the creators, I'm like, well, what is our Fantastic Four? Like, what is our Black Widow? And some of them are like Iron Man is a perfect example. It's a very much a sketch of what would come, but it doesn't discount what's to come. We debuted Ultimate Nick Fury in there. That character stayed, even though he got developed much further in Ultimates. But so it's a mixture of like word sketches and art sketches and things that would then become the Ultimate Marvel Universe. For me, this book is one of my favorite Marvel projects. I think I told you off when you offered to do this. I'm like, yes, it's one of my favorite books I ever did in Marvel, because it's self-contained also. Like it to me also, it never, there's not an issue where I can't find something that meant something to me, at least, or was one of my favorite things I did at Marvel.
As someone who's covered countless Ultimate Marvel comics on this channel, Team Up is a series that's always intrigued and fascinated me. Considering it was the third ongoing series greenlit in this universe, written by Bendis and featuring so many acclaimed characters, it's rarely spoken about as a formative piece of the Ultimate Universe's early years. Because of this, it's a topic I've wanted to make a dedicated video on for quite some time, especially after I picked up the collected trade on eBay a little while ago, and diving back into all of these often forgotten stories has genuinely been so much fun.
While they're admittedly not all must read, numerous installments in this series highlight just what made the early Ultimate Universe so exciting. This book really captures the feeling that anything could happen, any characters could appear, and that heroes and villains from across Marvel could be reimagined in bold and interesting ways. Coupled with this, you can really feel Bendis stretching his creative wings and getting a sense for so many different characters and their voices. It's hardly surprising that he would have lengthy runs on Daredevil, the Avengers and the X-Men following this, because you can feel him discovering not just which characters he enjoys writing, but also the different approaches to storytelling that all of these heroes require. Furthermore, Team Up is worth revisiting just for the vast array of artists who brought their signature flair to Earth 1610. The fact that this comic ran for less than 2 years, yet featured everyone from Bill Sienkiewicz, Matt Wagner, John Tottelben and Ted McKeever demonstrates the massive amount of talent that worked on this project, as well as how each story was crafted to be creator driven and to showcase each artist and their distinct style. While it may not have reached the heights of Ultimate Spider-Man or be as memorable as Ultimates or Ultimate X-Men, I do think this series should be discussed and remembered more fondly, both for its fun anthology style approach and in how it quietly helped establish this new continuity as a lived-in, fully realised setting. Even though it might not have garnered the same legacy as the universe's other titles, Ultimate Marvel Team Up did serve a critical and important function, and in my opinion, it deserves to be revisited and regarded as much more than just the forgotten Ultimate Marvel comic. While Ultimate Spider-Man was released in the fall of 2000, the basis for this ambitious new series can be traced back several years. You see, while Stan Lee and Steve Ditko had initially told the Wallcrawler's origin back in Amazing Fantasy 15, with this 11-page tale remaining unaltered for decades, by the late 1990s, Marvel began to consider updating the story of Peter Parker's early years. The company initially hired writer-artist John Byrne to tell a new in-continuity origin story, resulting in the 1998 miniseries Spider-Man Chapter 1. While this book did sell relatively well, fans and critics were rather unconvinced by Byrne's retelling of Lee and Ditko's origin, and as such, Marvel were quick to distance themselves from this version of Spidey's early years and restore the classic version to the company's canon. Nevertheless, while Chapter 1 had failed to provide readers with a new and updated origin story for Spider-Man, Marvel was concurrently working on another ambitious project that would soon prove the right opportunity for the web-slinger to be reintroduced. At the beginning of 2000, Marvel's newly appointed president Bill Jemas and new editor-in-chief Joe Quesada met to discuss a secret plan called Ground Zero, where the two pitched a complete reset of Marvel's entire comic book universe, wiping the slate clean and starting again in the new millennium. Having only recently emerged from bankruptcy several years earlier, the company was seeking ways to revitalise its sales and repair its brand image, and this shocking pitch quickly became Jemas and Quesada's preferred option. While Jemas led the charge on a wholesale reset for Marvel Comics, Quesada, who had found success helming the company's Marvel Knights imprint, instead proposed a slightly different approach, keeping Marvel's 60-plus year history, but starting a brand new secondary universe where writers and artists could freely reinvent their heroes for a new generation. Eventually, Jemas was convinced, and the pair soon began searching for a writer to put together a pitch for a new fresh take on an established character's origin, with Spider-Man and X-Men being the two concepts chosen to usher in this new imprint. In the foreword to the first volume of Ultimate Spider-Man, Bill Jemas explains these early ideas for the Ultimate Universe, stating that
the Ultimate Marvel comic line will be our most comprehensive, focused and well-financed imprint. During the next 18 months, the X-Men movie from 20th Century Fox and the Spider-Man movie from Columbia TriStar will raise Marvel exposure and excitement to an all-time high. Marvel plans to leverage the growing demand for our characters into new readership for our comics. Marvel believes that the Ultimate Spider-Man and X-Men lines are the answer. Core comic fans will love these books. The characters are pure and true to themselves, the stories are strong, complete, compelling, and produced by our best artists and writers, but any new reader can pick up any one of these books and start reading. Essentially, the Ultimates swap out the traditional backstory and replace it with a rich, self-contained year 2000 context. Marvel would publicly announce their plans to launch the Ultimate Universe in February of 2000, with the launch title Ultimate Spider-Man Issue 1 set to hit shelves that September. The writer they eventually chose to bring this comic to life was Brian Michael Bendis, an up-and-coming name in the comics industry who Quesada had met through artist David Mack. After being introduced to Bendis and familiarising himself with his independent comics, Jinx and Sam & Twitch, Quesada and Jemas allowed the young writer to present his ideas for a Spider-Man reboot, only being asked to follow a series of brief outlines that Jemas had written. These outlines include now major plotlines for the Ultimate Spider-Man series, such as the genetically altered Spider being the product of Oscorp, Norman Osborn and his alter ego the Green Goblin being the Webslinger's first ever villain, and extending Lee and Ditko's original 11-page origin to a sprawling 6-issue event. With all of these in mind, Bendis and longtime Spider-Man artist Mark Bagley began developing their bold new take on Peter Parker's formative years. In a letter published in the first volume of Ultimate Spider-Man, Bendis explains the creative process behind the series, noting that Marvel had, to my understanding, been working on this idea in-house for quite some time before I had anything to do with it. What was missing basically was character and style. I was approached to do it based on Bill Jemas reading some of Joe Quesada's copies of my creator-owned comics. They came to me with a clear and really good idea of what the book should be and what it is about. It is a relaunching of Spider-Man as Stan Lee had envisioned him, but written as dramatically and entertainingly as possible, as if the events that shaped the young Peter Parker started today. There is nothing we are doing to Spider-Man that isn't in the spirit of the theme and characters that were originally invented. The only thing we are doing is freeing the character from 40 long years of sometimes 4 Spidey titles a month continuity. Over the spring and summer, Bendis would tweak and flesh out the pitch he received from Jemas, building a modern take on the classic Spider-Man mythos and grounding the hero in the modern world outside his window. The result was a new take on the Webslinger that felt both incredibly fresh and highly familiar, with Bendis' writing feeling slick and timely, while Bagley's recognisable and classic Spidey artwork comforted readers as they entered this bold new universe. Anticipation ran high throughout the year 2000 for issue 1 of Ultimate Spider-Man 2 debut, particularly as hype regarding the character's upcoming theatrical film also began to swell. And eventually, on the 7th of September 2000, the very first issue of this exciting new series was released, and both new and long-time readers were met with an origin story truly for the ages. Issue 1 of Ultimate Spider-Man would introduce us to both this new look take on Peter Parker and the brand new universe in which he inhabits. The comic opens at an Oscorp facility where Norman Osborn watches over his scientists experimenting on genetically modified spiders. As Norman discusses the scientists' findings, we see one of the spiders escape from its container. Meanwhile, in Queens, we meet 15-year-old Peter Parker as he's harassed by bullies at high school. As the bullies throw food over Peter, his neighbour Mary Jane Watson watches on sympathetically. As the two teens leave the school, they're confronted by Peter's Uncle Ben, and when returning home, Ben and Aunt May express concern for Peter's well-being. The following day, Peter and his fellow students attend a field trip to Oscorp, where the genetically altered spider that escaped previously bites Peter on the hand. Peter collapses and falls unconscious as one of the bullies squashes the spider. With this, the school trip is cut short and Peter is immediately driven home. Meanwhile, we see Norman Osborn being informed of what has happened, and he orders his men to pay Peter's medical bills and keep an eye on the teenager. The next day, Peter returns to school where he's once again targeted by the bullies. However, this time, he instinctively dodges and knocks them out. Realizing the spider has somehow affected him, Peter travels home where a hitman attempts to run him over, having been sent by Norman Osborn, but he's able to evade and returns home. Following an argument with Aunt May and Uncle Ben, Peter storms into his bedroom, where he tests the extent of his newfound abilities by hanging upside down from the ceiling. As this occurs, Norman Osborn quizzes his estranged son Harry about Peter, proposing that the two visit his lab the next day. Desperate for his father's affection, Harry agrees, and the two friends are given a tour of Oscorp by Dr. Otto Octavius. While the two teenagers explore the facility, Otto secretly takes a blood sample from Peter, who reports its findings back to Norman. Shocked by the results, Norman tells Octavius that he wants to be exposed to the same substance as Peter. Norman's master plan begins soon after, with the CEO being exposed to the Oz formula. However, this experiment goes horribly wrong, with Harry arriving to find the entire lab in ruin, all of the scientists dead, and his father gone. As news of Norman's apparent death breaks, Peter begins to use his newfound abilities for money, becoming a professional wrestler under the name The Amazing Spider-Man. Initially, this seems like a lucrative opportunity for Peter, until when walking home one evening, he witnesses a robbery and chooses not to intervene. After returning home though, Peter gets into an argument with Uncle Ben, who is concerned about his nephew's late night outings and sudden change in demeanour. The two have a heated debate, which causes Peter to storm out the house and contemplate everything that's happened on a rooftop, as his internal monologue is intercut with the reveal that Norman Osborn is still alive and has been transformed into a monstrous goblin-like creature. When Peter does eventually return home, he discovers police cars and an ambulance surrounding his house, as a grief-stricken Aunt May reveals that Uncle Ben was killed by an intruder. As the two are being questioned by the police, Peter overhears two police officers saying they found the culprit's whereabouts, and in a fit of rage, he dons his makeshift costume and enters the night, desperate to hunt him down and exact revenge. Dressed as Spider-Man, Peter does come face to face with his uncle's killer, and discovers that it's the same robber he let escape the previous day. Fueled by anger and regret, Peter incapacitates the killer and leaves him with the police, disappearing into the shadows as he remembers Uncle Ben's final words before their argument: "With great power comes great responsibility." Over the next few days, we watch Peter reconcile with Mary Jane before returning to school, where he's confronted by Harry Osborn. As the two friends bond over their recent losses, the school is suddenly attacked by the Green Goblin. While the students are evacuated, Peter changes into his costume and enters the burning building, coming face to face with his hulking new nemesis. Peter fights the Goblin throughout the school, however, he's shocked when the creature mutters his real name. As Norman begins to overpower Peter, the young hero is forced to evade and lure the Goblin away from the school, with the two eventually fighting up to a bridge where Norman is shot by a police helicopter and falls into the river. Presuming that the monster is dead, Peter returns to school where he's met by Harry and MJ, with the former revealing that the Goblin was in fact his father and believes he was trying to kill him. Harry is taken away by the police as Aunt May arrives and embraces Peter, and as the two return home, Peter wonders whether Harry was right or whether Norman was actually looking for him. Either way, Peter recounts Uncle Ben's final words once more, and pledges to honour his fallen father figure by protecting those close and around him, accepting his place as the one and only Amazing Spider-Man. While these first 7 issues would introduce us both to Bendis and Bagley's new take on Spider-Man and offer up a modernised version of the hero's origin story, the tale of how Ultimate Spider-Man was truly born doesn't end here. Although this first storyline concludes with Peter embracing his newfound responsibilities and becomes a full-fledged superhero, the status quo that would define this series wouldn't truly be formed until the following 6 issues. You see, following his clash with the Green Goblin, Peter begins to act more regularly as Spider-Man, and as such, he comes into contact with a new array of villains, including the Shocker, Electro, and most notably Wilson Fisk the Kingpin. The Kingpin would become one of the main antagonists of the entire Ultimate Spider-Man series, and his long-standing rivalry with the Wallcrawler begins in these 5 issues. After Peter discovers that Uncle Ben's killer worked for Fisk, Spider-Man begins to focus on taking down organised crime, beginning with the Kingpin's empire. After Fisk sends a group known as the Enforcers to kill Spider-Man, who prove unsuccessful, Peter faces off against his second ever supervillain in the form of Electro. After being hired by the Kingpin, Electro ambushes Peter and knocks him unconscious, delivering him to Fisk and allowing him to unmask the young hero. Realising Spider-Man is seemingly just a random kid, Kingpin tells his men to dispose of his body while he keeps the mask as a trophy, with Peter eventually waking up, severely injured and now on the run. As this transpires, we see Fisk berate one of his enforcers, Mr. Big, for failing to stop the hero in the first place, brutally murdering him in response as Electro and the other enforcers watch on. Eventually though, Peter is able to break into the Kingpin's headquarters and cut power to the building, leading to another showdown between himself, Electro and the enforcers. Here, a more prepared Spider-Man is able to overcome and defeat the villains before coming face to face with the Kingpin himself, who, despite his immense strength, is knocked unconscious and defeated by Peter. Not only does Spider-Man finally defeat the Kingpin though, but he also obtains the security footage from the villain's cameras, erasing any trace of him being unmasked, while also taking the proof that he was responsible for the death of Mr. Big. This footage is anonymously delivered to the Daily Bugle, and once the story breaks, Fisk is forced to flee the country entirely to avoid arrest. However, this second volume of Ultimate Spider-Man isn't just noteworthy for its expansion of the hero's rogues gallery, but also in how it progresses the personal and human aspect of Peter Parker and his stories. In addition to Peter beginning to work at the Daily Bugle, initially going to sell photographs before being hired as a web developer, throughout this storyline, we see him and Mary Jane Watson continue to grow closer. However, Peter's encounters with the Kingpin and Electro put a considerable strain on their blossoming relationship, as he's forced to miss several of their dates and doesn't respond to her calls. After defeating the villains though, Peter returns home and is immediately confronted by MJ, who lambasts Peter for seemingly ignoring her. Struggling to explain himself, Peter is faced with no other choice but to reveal the truth, telling her that he is Spider-Man. At first, MJ doesn't seem to believe him until Peter leaps onto the wall and sticks there. Shocked and mentally connecting the dots, Mary Jane promises to protect Peter's secret, and the two embrace and profess their true feelings for one another. And with this, all of the core tenets of the Spider-Man mythos had now been established, albeit with a unique and modern twist. By the time issue 14 hit shelves in December of 2001, this fresh reimagining of the hero had become largely fully formed, with many of Spider-Man's biggest foes and supporting characters now introduced, as well as the personal relationships that would come to define this long-running series. The final two pieces of this puzzle would actually debut in issue 14, in the form of Gwen Stacy and the return of Otto Octavius, now adopting the identity of the villainous Dr. Octopus. And with this, the first chapter of Ultimate Spider-Man came to a dramatic close, as the Wallcrawler's origin story concluded and a bold new future began for both Spider-Man and this brand new Marvel universe. After the conclusion of this initial 13-issue arc, Bendis and Bagley's Ultimate Spider-Man comic would go from strength to strength, cementing itself over the next several years as one of the best series of the new millennium and a near-definitive take on the story of Peter Parker. Having established the world of this new Ultimate Universe, Bendis would spend the next few years introducing a wide range of new heroes, villains, and supporting characters into it. In addition to also co-writing the Ultimate Fantastic Four title with Mark Miller, Bendis would use the pages of Ultimate Spider-Man to introduce antagonists like Venom, Mysterio, and the Sinister Six, whilst the likes of Black Cat, Daredevil, and Moon Knight would all be introduced as new allies for Spider-Man. In addition to this, Bendis would also have Peter cross over with several of Marvel's other fledgling Ultimate titles, briefly dating Kitty Pryde and teaming up with the X-Men, and even fighting alongside the Ultimates, this universe's version of the Avengers, in the 7-part crossover series Ultimate 6. Over the next decade, Ultimate Spider-Man would become a staple of the comic book industry, regularly being one of Marvel's best-selling titles, as well as the perfect gateway for new fans to engage with the stories of the web-slinger, especially after the release of the 2002 Spider-Man film. While the Ultimate Comics universe did begin to decline in the late 2000s as a result of the backlash towards books like Ultimates 3 and Ultimatum, Bendis and Bagley's Ultimate Spider-Man remained popular and well received. Even as the world around it was crumbling down, this comic was still a firm fixture on many people's pull lists for several years, remaining a safe haven for fans of all ages and an exciting take on Spider-Man that both new and old readers could appreciate. However, all great things do eventually come to an end. After collaborating with Brian Michael Bendis for 110 issues, artist Mark Bagley made the decision to leave Ultimate Spider-Man. Although Bendis continued to write the series with new artists such as Stuart Immonen, David LaFuente and Sarah Pichelli, the book did eventually come to its conclusion in June of 2011, with the final issue, Ultimate Spider-Man issue 160, seeing Peter Parker heroically give his life to defeat the Green Goblin, dying in Aunt May's arms as he's finally recognised as the world's greatest superhero. However, even though Peter's death marked the true end of this era, it wasn't actually the end for Ultimate Spider-Man, with Bendis and Pichelli later relaunching the title with a brand new protagonist in Miles Morales, who took over the mantle of Spider-Man in the aftermath of Peter's death. Miles would carry on the legacy of Spider-Man until the Ultimate Universe's demise in 2015, when it was destroyed in the lead up to Marvel's Secret Wars event. And although the Ultimate Spider-Man title would run for close to 12 years, I believe it's in this first year of storytelling where the book's impact and significance is best felt. You see, Ultimate Spider-Man isn't just one of the greatest comics in modern history, but it's a book that has a deep personal connection to me. As I mentioned in the intro, the first volume of this series was the very first comic that I ever really got into. I'm not sure exactly if it was the first comic that I ever read, but it's definitely the first series that I properly became invested in and read every subsequent issue afterwards. In a lot of ways, this book took my existing love of Spider-Man from the cartoons and amplified it tenfold, not only giving me the same larger-than-life action that I was used to, but combining it with heartfelt character studies and a protagonist that I could absolutely relate to. And as I grew up, this book stayed with me. Once I ventured into adolescence, I began to see a lot of myself in Peter Parker. He was dealing with many of the same problems that I was facing, all while simultaneously carrying the responsibility of being a superhero. And while it wasn't easy for him either, he always managed to overcome those problems. So if Peter could, why couldn't I? This book taught me a lot about Spider-Man. It introduced me to many characters who were instrumental to the hero's lore and mythos, as well as showcasing many other Marvel heroes I wasn't yet familiar with. Most notably, the Avengers. I remember when Ultimate 6 happened and thinking it was just the biggest, coolest thing ever. My personal favourite hero, Spider-Man, now thrust into this cinematic, epic event where he teams up with these other amazing superheroes to stop a group of his most dangerous foes. But even more importantly than that, Ultimate Spider-Man was always there for me when I needed it most. When things were tough or whenever I felt lost, these stories were always an oasis, a safe space for me to go to and escape to a world where even the most difficult problems could be solved by Spidey's courage and inability to ever give up. This series not only taught me to never give up, despite the curveballs and obstacles that life may throw at you, but it also taught me to embrace who I am and not be ashamed of any of the differences that set me apart from anyone else. That although times may be tough and things may seem like they're the end of the world, we can always find a way to withstand and persevere, and if we can, then everything will be okay. Going back and rereading the first two volumes of Ultimate Spider-Man for this video, there were a lot of things that I found particularly interesting. Sure, the overtly stylized year 2000 look and feel of the book may have significantly dated it, as well as many of the pop culture references that Bendis loved to throw in, but at its core these 13 issues represent Spider-Man at his most earnest. A young boy lost and unsure of his place in the world, being given immense power and suddenly having to grapple with the responsibility that comes with it. His friends and his family all experience danger, sometimes as a result of Peter's newfound abilities, and yet, when he's forced to step up and fully become Spider-Man, he always finds a way to save the day and protect those closest to him. Despite how Bendis expanded on Lee and Ditko's classic origin story, turning it into a full 6-issue saga, this added content, in my opinion, allows us to feel at home in this new world that the writer crafted, and properly connect with Peter Parker as a person long before he even becomes Spider-Man. In my opinion, these two first volumes are absolutely brilliant. I think they do such a tremendous job at introducing not just the characters and themes of Ultimate Spider-Man, but the entire world of the Ultimate Comics universe, setting in motion a place for writers and artists to experiment and tell unique stories in for over a decade. But in addition to this, revisiting these comics brought back so many personal memories, and reminded me of where I've come from and how much this series has helped shape the person that I am now. Those early issues of Ultimate Spider-Man aren't just an origin story for Peter Parker, but in a way, they're also kind of an origin story for me too, as this was the series that fully immersed me into the world of comics and gave me the confidence to dive in headfirst and explore many other titles and characters. I don't think it's hyperbole for me to say that, had I not picked up a random issue of this series some 20 years ago in a newsagent's, it's unlikely that I'd even be sat here today, making videos on this channel. And for that, I'm truly grateful, and I believe it's necessary to celebrate Ultimate Spider-Man for not only being an incredible origin story and a tremendous reinvention of Marvel's flagship hero, but for being a book that helped me fall in love with the entire medium of comics. And in a lot of ways, Ultimate Spider-Man really has changed my life for the better. The character of Ultimate Iron Man was first introduced in July 2001's Ultimate Marvel Team-Up issue 4, created by Brian Michael Bendis and Mike Allred. In this story, Peter Parker visits the Stark International Science Expo when the event is crashed by a fleet of Latvian soldiers who attempt to steal the Iron Man technology, causing both Spider-Man and Tony Stark to team up and defeat the soldiers. However, while this story would technically be the armoured hero's first appearance in the Ultimate Universe, his formal introduction would actually come the following year, in issue 1 of Mark Millar and Brian Hitch's The Ultimates. Now, this series was an epic cinematic reimagining of the Avengers, and introduced Iron Man as Antonio Stark, a rich industrialist who offers to join a newly assembled SHIELD task force designed to protect the Earth from any superhuman threats. Alongside Captain America, Thor, Giant Man, Wasp, and the Incredible Hulk, Stark becomes one of the premier superheroes in this newly created Marvel universe. However, his status doesn't absolve him of his demons and personal problems. You see, throughout the Ultimate, Tony is riddled with self-doubt and anxiety, as well as frequently struggling with alcoholism, as we learn that he suffers from an inoperable brain tumour, something that caused him to use his remaining time alive to help others as both a philanthropist and a hero. In addition to his starring role in the Ultimate, this version of Iron Man also appeared in many of the other crossover books published around this time, namely Ultimate 6, where he and the Ultimates worked alongside Spider-Man to fight a team of his most deadly villains, and the Ultimate Galactus Saga, where he works alongside the X-Men and the Fantastic Four to prevent the invasion of Galactus. Whilst Iron Man had become a major player in the Ultimate Universe throughout the mid-2000s, many readers still wondered about the true nature of his backstory and his origin, with the demand for an Ultimate Iron Man standalone series growing the more the character appeared in any of the other books. As a result, this comic would eventually come to fruition in May of 2005, and despite the anticipations, I think it proved to be unlike anything anyone could have expected. In late 2004, Marvel announced that an Ultimate Iron Man miniseries was being developed, brought to life by the creative team of writer Orson Scott Card and artist Andy Kubert. Now, whilst Kubert had been a mainstay in the Ultimate Universe for some time, the decision to appoint Card as the writer for this new Iron Man series proved to be incredibly polarising, as although he had no experience in writing comic books, he was a widely celebrated science fiction novelist, penning books such as Ender's Game and The Tales of Alvin Maker. While he was definitely an outsider to the Marvel Universe and a writer who wasn't without his personal controversies, the notion of bringing in a successful sci-fi author to reinvent one of Marvel's biggest characters proved to be too intriguing for the company to turn down. Upon the announcement of this new series, Marvel's editor-in-chief Joe Quesada stated that, "I'm an enormous fan of Orson's writing, and our assistant editor Nick Lowe has made it his personal mission to get Mr. Card to write Iron Man. Iron Man is a strong and much beloved character in the Marvel Universe. I know that Orson's new exploration and defining of him as a superhero will delight traditional comic fans, and definitely appeal to a whole new audience of fans drawn to the science fiction element in his storytelling. By hiring such a prominent science fiction author, clearly Marvel hoped that Card would present a fascinating reimagining of Iron Man's early years, and this does prove to be the case from the very first issue. You see, in issue 1 of Ultimate Iron Man, we don't actually get to see much of the titular character, and instead we follow Howard Stark, owner of the Stark Defense Corporation, as he struggles to retain control of his company from his rival Zebediah Stane. It's in the backdrop for Control that Howard meets and falls in love with Maria Serra, a scientist who specialises in retroviral regenerative tissue. Not only do the pair eventually marry, but they begin working together to create a bio-armour designed to shield an individual's body to the point of being invulnerable, with Maria also creating a virus that grows skin tissue and even limbs, believing that the two projects could be used together. However, when they run tests, Maria is accidentally infected with the virus, which proves incredibly dangerous once she and Howard discover that she is pregnant. Maria ultimately dies during childbirth, as Howard is forced to use an experimental prototype of the bioarmor to save the life of his newborn child, who he subsequently names Antonio after Maria's brother. Meanwhile, Stane uses this situation to complete his hostile takeover of the Stark Defense Corporation, only for Zebediah to discover that the bioarmor was never actually patented, meaning that despite taking over Howard's company, he still doesn't have control of this technology. Desperate to obtain control of Howard and Maria's research, Stane tortures several Stark employees, eventually learning that both Howard and Antonio have fled to Italy. Here we see a now 4-year-old Antonio Stark still wearing the blue bioarmor, as we learn that the regenerative virus he was born with has caused tissues only normally found in the brain to grow all throughout his body, essentially making him a walking brain. The pair's solitude in Italy is abrupt though, as Stane ambushes them and manages to kidnap Tony, washing the armour off from his skin and exposing his body to air for the very first time. Thankfully, Howard is able to rescue his son, with Zebediah arrested soon after, but it's this incident that leads to the development of a brand new version of the bioarmor, one that Tony can wear without it hampering his everyday life. The comic then flashes to different periods in Antonio Stark's life, as he begins studying at the Baxter Building, a government think tank for child prodigies, where he develops ideas for a weaponized version of his father's armor, and meets Zebediah's son Obadiah Stane, who blames Tony for his father's incarceration and subsequent death, even going as far as to plant false evidence throughout the Stark home, framing Howard for the murder of Zebediah Stane. Obadiah's plan does come to fruition, and Howard is sadly jailed for Zebediah's murder, and with his father falsely imprisoned, the now teenage Tony Stark assumes control of the Stark Defense Corporation, taking back his father's company whilst continuing to work on his prototype armour, with the intent on using it to seek revenge on Obadiah Stane and clearing his father's name. This story is continued in the second volume, released throughout late 2007 and 2008. Here, Tony suits up as Iron Man for the very first time, stopping a terrorist attack in New York City. It's also during this period that Tony's childhood best friend, James Rhodes, also begins working with him, building his own armour to partner Iron Man as War Machine. Meanwhile, we learn that Obadiah is working with the men responsible for the failed terrorist attack, with the leader convincing Stane to put a hit out on Howard Stark's life, with Howard being shot while in prison and left in the ICU, causing Tony to suit up as Iron Man and confront Obadiah Stane. Here, Obadiah insists that Dolores, the leader of the terrorists, was responsible for the assassination attempt on his father's life, with Tony sparing Obadiah and choosing to instead meet with Dolores on a plane, where the villain attempts to bargain with Stark, promising to give him the location of a series of nukes he's placed throughout the city in exchange for the Iron Man armour. As Tony searches the plane, he discovers a bomb hidden on the cockpit, as Dolores flees and leaves both Tony and Obadiah for dead. Tony does manage to disarm the bomb though and save both himself and Obadiah, before eventually discovering that Dolores has been murdered at his home. With this, both Stark and Obadiah believe that someone is out to kill all of them, with Tony visiting Howard, who is now out of the ICU, who tells him the person responsible is Loney, his ex-wife and the former partner of Zebediah Stane. As such, Tony, Howard, Obadiah and Rhodey travel to Utah searching for Loney, where they're suddenly attacked by the terrorists once again, injuring War Machine and taking Howard captive. Tony and Obadiah follow the terrorists to Loney's hideout, where they find her holding Howard at gunpoint, threatening to shoot him if Tony doesn't hand over the Iron Man armour. Tony reluctantly takes the suit off, only for Loney to shoot him in the head as he does it, seemingly killing him. However, due to the regenerative virus he was born with, Stark's body quickly heals as he rises from the ground and fights Loney. Eventually beating her, Tony rushes to tend to his father, only for Loney to grab another gun in desperation. But before she can shoot, she's suddenly shot and killed by her own son, Obadiah. As Tony and Howard get to their feet, Obadiah tells the pair that they're all even, and he's finally free from his mother's manipulation. The three stumble out of the villain's lair and boldly look to the future as the comic ends. As you can probably imagine, Orson Scott Card's Ultimate Iron Man series proved to be incredibly divisive upon its first release. While this comic did keep some of the core tenets of the classic character, it was a huge reinvention of the Iron Man mythos, one that was not only so far removed from his classic 616 counterpart, but also felt too distinct from the character fans had come to know in the Ultimates. The origin story fans had known prior to this series involved Tony being one of two sons of Howard Stark, alongside his estranged brother Gregory, and later develops a brain tumour as an adult, inspiring him to become Iron Man. In fact, you could actually argue that Card's reinvention strips Tony of his actual purpose for becoming a superhero, as in the Ultimates, it's his diagnosis that after years of being an egotistical war profiteer inspires him to have a change of heart and try to make the world a better place. By establishing that Tony was Iron Man years before this, and his affliction stemmed from a regenerative virus he was born with, you could actually say that it makes Iron Man a victim of circumstance, as opposed to someone who suffers a life-changing event that makes him rethink his entire life purpose. Because of the mixed response to this series, Marvel were quick to retcon Ultimate Iron Man out of continuity, with Mark Millar's 2011 series New Ultimates vs Avengers establishing that Card and Kubert's story was actually just a TV show that existed in the Ultimate Universe. From here, Miller would reaffirm the original origin story by reintroducing characters such as Tony's brother Gregory, who would become one of Ultimate Iron Man's biggest villains, whilst the 2012 series Ultimate Comics Iron Man would flesh out Tony's backstory even more, establishing that his father was killed by a shady organisation known as Mandarin International. And with this, Card and Kubert's Ultimate Iron Man quickly became forgotten about by both fans and Marvel themselves. While I do think it's sad that a project multiple people clearly worked hard on was discarded so quickly, I do think it's hard not to feel that this was ultimately for the best. While it was certainly an interesting reinvention, Ultimate Iron Man only served to confuse readers and contradict what had already come before, doing little to connect itself to the version of Antonio Stark fans had come to know in the other Ultimate comics. To me, this series is one of the biggest missed opportunities in the history of the Ultimate Marvel Universe, a strange attempt at reimagining a beloved Marvel hero that failed to resonate with those who had already become invested in the character. And its quick descent from release to retcon makes it hard for me to view Ultimate Iron Man as anything other than a failed series that will ultimately be lost to time. Ultimate Spider-Man was a massive success upon its September 2000 debut. This fresh take on Peter Parker quickly enamoured itself with readers and was created as part of an all-new universe that sought to reimagine Marvel's heroes for the new millennium. The first volume of Ultimate Spider-Man introduced Peter, his family and close friends, showcased him gaining his powers after being bitten by a genetically modified spider, the death of Uncle Ben, and Peter's transformation into the heroic Spider-Man, along with the emergence of his first villain, the Green Goblin. In just 7 issues, Bendis and Bagley set out the entire status quo for Ultimate Spider-Man, as well as outlining the style that would come to define this series over the next 14 years. In the immediate aftermath though, the comic would go from strength to strength. The creative team would introduce a slew of new and reimagined villains, such as the Kingpin, Dr. Octopus and Kraven the Hunter, as well as bringing in key supporting characters like Gwen Stacy and Nick Fury, while simultaneously expanding on the interpersonal drama between the likes of Peter, MJ and Harry Osborn. However, by late 2002, Bendis began considering what the next big story arc for Ultimate Spider-Man would be. Although plans were in place to introduce a version of the Sinister Six, a team of the Wallcrawler's deadliest foes, in a 7-issue crossover series with the Ultimates, the writer began to consider which other yet-to-be-seen villains could be drafted in for that year's big story. While Bendis contemplated various ideas, Bill Jemas, then Marvel Vice President, proposed that the team bring Venom into the series. Created by David Michelinie and Todd McFarlane, Venom had become one of Spider-Man's most iconic foes, and had evolved in recent years from one of his key antagonists to a popular character in his own right, transitioning into an anti-hero in Michelinie's 1993 series, The Lethal Protector. With Venom firmly faced as one of Spider-Man's most well-known adversaries, Jim has pushed for the duo to create an ultimate version of him. However, Bendis initially resisted, having been an outspoken critic of the character in his early career and having no strong desire to write about him. As he explained in an interview with CBR,
"I believe this was the last year Bill Jemas was with Marvel. He came to me and said, 'You've gotta do Venom.' I had already in the press said, 'Venom sucks. He's the worst. I'll never do Venom.' I thought about it though, and there was something visually striking about Venom. I had to come to terms with the fact that these type of villains don't suck. They just get overdone, or led astray. There's something interesting about them initially, and that's why they got so overblown. I remember how excited I was when I saw Spider-Man's black costume, so I went back to what that felt like and developed this story."
Despite his initial reluctance, Bendis accepted that due to Venom's popularity, he had little choice but to adapt the character eventually, and with no time like the present, he began to devise ways on how to reinvent Eddie Brock to fit into the world of Ultimate Spider-Man. Despite the fact that Eddie had made a cameo appearance in an earlier issue, he and Bagley fully went back to the drawing board, seeking to devise wholly new versions of both Eddie and the alien symbiote that possesses both himself and Peter. Originally, Jemas had pitched the idea that Venom could have been created out of Peter's web fluid, but Bendis sternly rejected this and instead looked to tie the villain more closely to the history of the Parker family. Specifically, the writer had been considering how to further explore the secrets of Richard Parker, Peter's biological father, and the circumstances behind his disappearance. Unlike the traditional Earth 616 depiction, where he and his wife Mary were spies, Bendis reworked the character into a scientist, thereby linking him with Peter's encounter with the spider, as well as Oscorp's experiments with DNA. Explaining how this concept came to be, Bendis noted that,
"I went about this story and started reading the DNA book that had come out that year. It was about what was trying to be accomplished with DNA in the modern sciences, and I thought, what's the coolest and most heroic thing that Richard Parker could be trying to do when he died? It was to cure cancer. Then, what's the worst thing that could happen out of all of this? He accidentally creates Venom instead, and dies trying to stop it. Now, you've got yourself an epic Peter story that no 15-year-old could possibly rise to.
Having developed this unique take on Richard Parker, Bendis immediately realised how Venom could be worked into these plans. In Peter's search for answer for his parents' disappearance, he would discover that Richard, along with his lab partner Eddie Brock Sr., had created the symbiote as a cure for cancer, turning this once alien creature into an unexpected birthright for the young superhero. As such, beginning in Ultimate Spider-Man issue 33, Marvel would begin to delve deeper into the history of the Parker family, as Peter explores his father's shocking past and the mysterious substance he leaves behind, as well as how this strange black entity pushes Spider-Man to the edge of his morality and results in the creation of one of his most fearsome and lethal foes. The Ultimate Venom saga opens in a fairly unexpected way, with Peter lying on his basement floor, lamenting his recent breakup with Mary Jane Watson. As he ponders his mistakes, Peter notices a secret door behind a bookcase, and upon entering the room, he discovers boxes belonging to his deceased father. Within the boxes, Peter finds a tape containing old footage of a day out between the Parker family and the Brocks. As Peter watches the video, Aunt May is stood behind him. Emotional at seeing Uncle Ben on this tape, May encourages Peter to track down Eddie Brock, explaining that they were childhood friends whose parents both died around the same time, suggesting that he give Eddie a copy of the tape. Peter learns that Eddie now studies at Empire State University, and the two childhood friends reconnect over coffee. Upon handing Eddie the tape though, Brock explains that he also has something to show Peter, as the two travel to the campus science labs, where Eddie reveals a locker containing a mysterious black substance. Eddie states that this was a secret project that both of their fathers were working on together, a suit that can use the wearer's DNA to cure cancer. Amazed by this, Peter offers to help Eddie further study the suit, in the hope that they can finish their parents' research and create something that could save millions of lives. Over the next week, we see Peter, Eddie, and Gwen Stacy research into Richard Parker's notes, learning that he used his own DNA to program the suit, meaning that it recognizes a connection with Peter, and that Trask Industries were attempting to steal their work prior to Richard and Eddie Brock Sr.'s deaths. This revelation inspires Peter to continue his father's research, working long into the night, running tests on the substance. However, upon doing so, he discovers the black goo latching onto him, quickly becoming engulfed by it as it spreads across his body. Peter passes out, and when he wakes up, he finds himself now completely covered in the suit, now taking the form of a black Spider-Man costume. Believing that the symbiote can read his mind due to their connection, Peter ventures into the city to test its capabilities. After swinging through the streets, he notices the Shocker attempting to rob a bank, and it's upon fighting him that Peter realises that this suit has significantly amplified his superpowers. He quickly defeats Shocker, and for a moment, Peter feels incredibly empowered by the suit, but things quickly take a turn for the worse when, after trying to apprehend a mugger, Peter is overwhelmed by memories of Uncle Ben's death, causing him to lose control as the symbiote takes on a more monstrous form. The suit urges Peter to kill the mugger, causing the hero to fight off its influence and return to the lab to try and remove it. While Eddie watches the news of Spider-Man's rampage on TV, Peter arrives at his dorm, urging him to destroy every sample of the symbiote and not continue their ongoing research. Reluctantly, Eddie agrees, and the two friends set fire to their existing samples in the lab. As Peter returns home though, knocked by the rage and anger that the suit unearthed in him, Brock sneaks back into the lab, retrieving an extra sample that he had kept hidden, and now aware of the symbiote's immense power, attempts to bond with it. The next day, Peter meets up with MJ and the pair attempt to reconnect, but as they return to school, Peter senses danger and notices a hulking figure standing on the football pitch. Coming face to face with this terrifying creature, he quickly realises that this is Eddie, having bonded with the suit and allowing it to fully feed off his rage and bitterness towards the world. Peter tries to reach out and talk to his friend, but Eddie yells that Peter tried to destroy his last remaining connection to his family and almost wasted their inheritance due to his own fear and inadequacy. This leads to a fight between the pair, with Eddie spawning tendrils and tentacles as Peter attempts to lure him away from the school. Eventually, Peter realises that much like fire, the suit is vulnerable to electricity, using loose cables and wires to try and slow Venom down as the NYPD arrives and opens fire on on them both. Peter manages to escape, but Eddie trips on a loose electrical cable, causing a massive sonic explosion, and when the dust settles, Eddie is nowhere to be found. The next day, Peter meets with S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury, expressing guilt over seemingly killing his childhood friend and asking Fury to take away his powers. Nick rejects this though, telling Peter that he has a responsibility to use his powers for good, and that they're counting on him to join the Ultimates once he's an adult. Following this, Peter goes to Eddie's dorm, desperate to find proof that he's alive, only to be met by his roommate, who explains that Brock must have moved out late last night in a hurry. With no sign of his former friend, Peter sits atop the rooftop of the Empire State Science Labs, contemplating where Eddie is, and if he's now at peace or on a quest for vengeance. Just as he does though, he's suddenly startled, but turns round only to see the night sky staring back at him, leaving Peter alone to reflect on the complicated legacy of his father's creation and the burden of responsibility he feels for letting such a lethal threat loose into the world. Following the end of Ultimate Spider-Man issue 39, Peter would move on from the Venom saga. However, the events of this story would have a major impact on his character and his world. Although Eddie Brock wouldn't reappear for some time, this bout with his close friend turned arch enemy, along with the revelation of his father's research, would force Peter into an intense period of self-reflection, eventually resulting in his reconciliation with Mary Jane and vowing to become both a better hero and a better person. It would also be revealed that Peter and Dr. Curt Connors would quietly continue testing the remaining traces of the symbiote, and as the two men grow closer, Connors discovers Peter's secret identity, even treating his wounds after a vicious battle with the Gladiator. In an attempt to fix the symbiote's flaws, Connors and his assistant Ben Reilly secretly mix the black substance with Peter's DNA, eventually creating a brand new symbiote. This second symbiote would be teased in Ultimate Spider-Man issue 60 from June 2004, before formally debuting over the next 5 issues. Here, this symbiote known as Carnage grows into a sentient creature, retaining many of Peter's memories and seeking to bond itself with a host. After escaping from Dr. Connor's lab, the symbiote travels to Peter's home, attaching itself to Gwen Stacy. However, instead of bonding with her like the Venom symbiote, Carnage instead absorbs Gwen's fluids and kills her. After discovering his best friend dead, Peter tracks down Carnage to exact revenge, with the organism taking the form of Richard Parker before Peter is able to destroy it. This Carnage storyline would act as a spiritual successor to the original Ultimate Venom saga, building off Peter's anxieties towards his father's work reappearing and the symbiote seemingly taking away 2 of Peter's closest friends. In addition to this, Eddie Brock would also return in the pages of Ultimate Spider-Man issue 123 from June of 2008, but the character would actually reappear first in a canonical story told outside of the comics. You see, in September 2005, Activision released the Ultimate Spider-Man video game. This game would be set 3 months after the conclusion of the original Venom story arc, showcasing what happens to Eddie Brock in the time after his apparent death. In the game, players control both Spider-Man and Venom within an open world setting, as Trask Industries hunt both Peter and Eddie. Throughout the game, we see Brock battling to keep the symbiote under control, as we also learn that because Peter initially bonded with the suit, he carries part of Venom in his bloodstream. Bolivar Trask, seeking to weaponize the symbiote, hires a team of mercenaries led by Silver Sable to capture the pair, leading to a climax where Peter is experimented on and transformed into Carnage, forcing Eddie to fight his former friend and absorb the symbiote from him. The game's conclusion sees a much larger Venom with glowing red eyes and a white spider emblem disappear, as Peter uncovers a secret file about his parents' death, revealing that a symbiote was present when they were killed. Much of this game's story would be adapted into the War of the Symbiote storyline that ran throughout Ultimate Spider-Man issue 123 to 128, and these issues would serve as Eddie Brock's final appearance in Earth 1610, with our last sighting of the character being him getting captured by the Beetle and transported to Latveria. While this version of Eddie wouldn't reappear on the printed page, another version of Venom would be later introduced in 2012, in the form of Conrad Marcus, a Roxxon scientist responsible for creating the spider that bit Miles Morales. After Miles gains powers and succeeds Peter as Spider-Man, Marcus steals the Venom symbiote and bonds with it, seeking to kill the new Spider-Man. Now this version of Venom is depicted as far larger and less human-like than Eddie Brock, with a more alien design, heavily resembling that of a giant xenomorph. Marcus's Venom doesn't stick around for long though, as he's killed following a battle with Miles, where he's separated from the suit and then shot by a swarm of police. Most recently, the Ultimate Symbiote briefly reappeared in Donny Cates' run on Venom, when the maker, the Earth 1610 version of Reed Richards, obtained it and used it to try and return to his original Earth, only to find it left in ruins. Even though the Ultimate Universe is in the midst of a relaunch under the direction of Jonathan Hickman, and a brand new Ultimate Spider-Man series is set to begin in early 2024, it so far remains unclear if either Eddie Brock or Venom will appear in this new comic, leaving the future currently uncertain for this unique version of the Lethal Protector. With just over 20 years now since this story's inception, the Venom saga remains one of the most well-remembered parts of the original Ultimate Spider-Man comic series. In only 7 issues, Brian Michael Bendis and Mark Bagley completely reimagined the story of Eddie Brock and transformed the symbiote from a faraway alien substance found by Peter on Battleworld to a harrowing reminder of what his father's legacy can become when it falls into the wrong hands. At the time, this was a revolutionary take on Venom. Although the character had become extremely popular in the 1990s and 2000s, we hadn't seen a writer attempt such a daring reimagining. By linking the suit to Peter's search for answers regarding his parents' disappearance, to making him and Eddie Brock long-lost friends, to that iconic shot of the two standing face-to-face in the rain on the Midtown football pitch, this storyline has continued to influence our understanding of the relationship between Spider-Man and Venom to this day. From Mark Bagley's design alone, it's evident that this is a much different version of the Lethal Protector that fans had grown accustomed to over the past 20 years. Bagley, who had drawn much of Venom's Lethal Protector run in the 1990s, explained the process of tweaking the character's design to reflect this new take on the character, telling Sci-Fi Wire that,
"I knew it couldn't have the white spider on his chest, although I made a pitch for it. The idea being that it had like muscle memory from when it was on Peter for a short while, but Brian didn't really want to do that. So I kind of came at it with the idea that it would be less like a prototypical supervillain body. If you really look at the way I drew the Venom creature, he's more of a monster. He's more of a big old cancerous thing walking around. As it got later on in the story, he had teeth growing out of his shoulder, out of his forearms. Things were just out of control, so that was my idea of it."
Venom has always existed as a dark mirror to Spider-Man, a living manifestation of what he could become if he gave up on his morals and responsibility. Here in Ultimate Spider-Man, Bendis takes this concept a step further, turning Eddie Brock into Peter's childhood friend and a fellow orphan with a love of science, showcasing that this is what our hero could grow into if not for having Aunt May, Uncle Ben, and his obligations as the web slinger. However, this isn't to say that Bendis' characterization of Venom is flawless. It's no secret that the writer had been an open critic of the character earlier in his career, and despite essentially rebuilding Eddie from the ground up, several parts of this story haven't aged particularly well. Most notably, while Peter is researching the black suit and eventually bonds with it, there's a subplot that sees Eddie making advances on Gwen Stacy, despite him being an adult at college while Gwen is still in high school. To call Eddie a creep in this story would be a huge understatement, and while the uncomfortableness readers felt towards him may be by design, it likely isn't something that long-term fans of Venom would appreciate. Additionally, although the climactic fight between Peter and Venom is excellent, and one of the most instantly recognisable sequences in any issue of Ultimate Spider-Man, I was surprised by how little time Peter actually spends wearing the black suit. Over the entirety of 7 issues, we only get one issue that focuses on Peter wearing following the symbiote. Contrast this to the original story arc from the 1980s, where Peter returns home in Amazing Spider-Man 252 for May of 1984, and continues wearing it until Spectacular Spider-Man 99 the following February. Alongside this, Venom wasn't even introduced for another 4 years, with the character only being revealed in Amazing Spider-Man 300 for May of 1988. Now, while I'm not suggesting that Bendis and Bagley should have stretched the storyline out to that extent, the fact that the entire Black Suit story was told in just a few months, and then Venom was rarely seen after it, is a surprising oversight by the creative team, and feels like a missed opportunity to further explore what Eddie Brock's role would be in this drastically different version of the Marvel Universe. Even though I would still contend that this is a story fondly remembered for good reason, it should have been the starting point for a more nuanced investigation into Venom. There were ample stories to be told about how Eddie fares with the symbiote whilst on the run, his potential transition into a lethal protector, and even how the death of Peter and Miles Morales becoming Spider-Man would affect him. As it stands though, besides the video game and the War of the Symbiote arc that occurred 5 years later, Eddie wasn't ever seen again in an Ultimate Universe comic. And while another version of Venom did appear several years later, he only made a small handful of appearances before being killed off, and was largely a very forgettable character. And I think it's this that, above all else, makes the Ultimate Venom saga feel like a tale of missed opportunity and wasted potential. And revisiting it 2 decades later only highlights the complicated history of this once promising iteration of one of Marvel's most unique and complex characters. Ultimate X-Men was the second comic book launched as part of the Ultimate Marvel Universe. You see, following the success of the series' debut title, Brian Michael Bendis and Mark Bagley's Ultimate Spider-Man, Marvel were keen on bringing many of their biggest characters to this brand new status quo, and as such, the architects behind this universe, Bill Jemas and Joe Quesada, approached Bendis about the possibility of working on an X-Men series in a similar vein to his Ultimate Spider-Man comic. However, Bendis declined due to commitments on other books, causing Jemas and Quesada to look outwards, approaching Mark Millar, a writer who had found success at DC Comics working on The Authority. Now, Millar was admittedly an outside-of-the-box choice, as he wasn't overly familiar with the X-Men and its core characters. As he explained in an interview with Sequential Art,
Joe liked The Authority and got Bill into it too. They called me up and asked me to write X-Men when Brian bailed and I said no. My reason was that I'd only ever read 3 X-Men comics in my life, all very good and written by Chris Claremont I should add, and had zero familiarity with the characters. They told me to go see the movie and write a proposal. I saw the movie, liked it a lot, and then wrote something with almost no knowledge of the characters and expected them to wipe their asses with it. However, they felt the problems with the X-Men in recent years was the lack of mainstream appeal, and suggested that because I knew bugger all about it, I should be the guy.
Teaming up with artists Adam and Andy Kubert, Millar threw himself into the deep end and began building his own unique interpretation of the X-Men, combining the universe's focus on creating new and modern interpretations of classic heroes with his own penchant for more darker and cynical storytelling. Drawing inspiration from the recently released live-action film, Millar crafted a new take on the X-Men that was more morally complex and ambiguous, focusing heavily on the interpersonal dynamics between the various heroes and the issues they face both outside and inside the Xavier Institute. The team's lineup would remain very similar to the live-action version too, with issue 1 introducing a team consisting of Charles Xavier, Cyclops, Jean Grey, Storm, Beast, Colossus and Iceman, with Wolverine joining the team in later issues. Nevertheless, this proved to be an exciting reimagining of the iconic team, and with the enormous success of Ultimate Spider-Man, readers were keen to explore even more corners of this brand new universe. As such, Ultimate X-Men issue 1 finally hit shelves in February of 2001, as the world prepared to witness the evolution of the Ultimate Marvel Universe. The first 6 issues of Ultimate X-Men are comprised by a storyline known as the Tomorrow People, which introduces us to this new version of the mutant ensemble. In the first issue, we learn that after the Brotherhood of Mutants declared war on humanity, orchestrating a series of terrorist attacks in New York and Washington DC, the US government began working on the Sentinel program, releasing the first batch of mutant hunting robots onto the streets soon after to curb the Brotherhood's pending threat. As tensions between man and mutant kind escalate, Professor Charles Xavier assembles a team of 5 teenagers to form a peacekeeping task force designed to stop the Brotherhood, known as the X-Men, with their first assignment being to rescue Iceman from a fleet of Sentinels. Meanwhile, we learn that in the Savage Land, the Brotherhood discover the X-Men's formation, with their leader Magneto sending Wolverine, his most deadly assassin, to infiltrate the X-Men and murder Professor Xavier. Wolverine allows himself to be apprehended by the military, causing Charles to locate him using Cerebro and sending the X-Men to rescue him. They do and return to the Xavier Institute, where we see Wolverine begin to earn the trust of each member of the team, even becoming romantically linked to Jean Grey. Soon after, the team are deployed to Croatia, where they come face to face with the Brotherhood for the first time, before Magneto confronts Cyclops, with Scott following the villain back to the Savage Land. As the rest of the team discovers that Cyclops has vanished, Xavier learns that the government plans to send Sentinels to destroy the Savage Land. Whilst confronting Magneto in his lair, Cyclops witnesses the Sentinels arrive on the island, before Magneto rearranges their circuit boards and sends them back to destroy the White House. Cyclops warns the X-Men of the situation, causing Charles to send a message to the entire world's mutant population, telling them to take shelter and that the X-Men will protect them at all costs, as the heroes arrive to fight the Sentinels. As the X-Men work together to destroy the robots, Charles Xavier confronts Magneto, as we learn the two are former best friends turned bitter rivals. With the cameras of the entire world watching, Magneto attacks Xavier outside of the White House, preparing to kill him before Wolverine intervenes and saves the life of the man he was tasked with killing. Magneto and Wolverine fight, and as they do, the former's protective helmet is removed, allowing Xavier to psychically attack and immobilize him. With Magneto defeated and the Sentinels destroyed, Wolverine confesses his initial intentions to the team, admitting the error of his ways and realizing that Xavier's dream of peaceful coexistence is the way forward. The other members of the team accept him as Cyclops and Xavier share a drink, toasting to the future and the next steps of their grand plan. From here, the subsequent issues would focus on expanding the mutant corner of the Ultimate Universe. The second story arc, Return to Weapon X, would not only introduce the mysterious program that gave Wolverine his metal claws, but introduce the likes of Nightcrawler, Rogue, and even Nick Fury, with this version of Weapon X being an offshoot of S.H.I.E.L.D. Soon after, we would learn that Magneto survived his initial fights with the X-Men, and is actually being rehabilitated by Professor Xavier, before he's broken free by the Brotherhood. Magneto would declare war on humanity once again, causing the X-Men to be branded traitors by the US government, resulting in a clash with the Ultimates, this universe's version of the Avengers, in the 2003 miniseries Ultimate War. As Miller built up to a second showdown between the X-Men and Magneto, the writer also began to further develop the characterizations of each member of the team, with the X-Men becoming celebrities after the publishing of Charles Xavier's book, the development of a heated love triangle between Cyclops, Wolverine, and Jean Grey, and Jean even developing her Phoenix abilities during a battle with the Hellfire Club. The X-Men would eventually face off against the Brotherhood in Miller's final storyline, Return of the King. Here, Magneto wages war on humanity once again, with Professor X being detained by S.H.I.E.L.D., with the government demanding the location of both the X-Men and Magneto. As war breaks out between humans and mutants, Cyclops, who is stranded in the Savage Land after a fight with Wolverine, is discovered and brought to Magneto's citadel. Cyclops watches as Magneto addresses the world's mutant population, informing them that he's created a doomsday machine that will shift the Earth's magnetic poles, and they can either stand by him or die alongside humanity. Cyclops attempts to stop Magneto, distracting him while the X-Jet crashes into the Citadel, with his teammates arriving to try and stop the villain from using the Doomsday device. They ultimately prove to be unsuccessful though, and Magneto takes the X-Men prisoner, using the machine and destroying a nuclear power plant that will irradiate much of the American East Coast. Eventually, the X-Men break free with the help of Colossus, Colossus and confront Magneto, who, realizing he's outnumbered, actually attempts to take his own life before being stopped by Jean Grey. With Magneto neutralized, Jean receives a message from Charles Xavier, telling her that the SHIELD facility he's being detained in is in danger of being irradiated by the destroyed power plant. In a desperate attempt to save her mentor, Jean unleashes the Phoenix Force once again and transports herself to Xavier's location, lifting the entire plant from the Earth and saving everyone inside the facility. Return of the King ends with a nod to the original X-Men film, with Xavier meeting Magneto inside his plastic cell within the Triskelion, as the two friends turned enemies lament over what has become of both of them. It's here that Charles actually attempts to reach out to Magneto emotionally, only for the villain to push Professor X away, cementing his fate as an enemy to both humanity and the X-Men as a new era for the mutant team begins. Following the events of Return of the King, Mark Millar would leave Ultimate X-Men, and a variety of different writers would take over for brief stints in his place, including Brian Michael Bendis, Brian K. Vaughan, and Robert Kirkman. Now, this period of Ultimate X-Men would see a focus on introducing new villains for the team to face, such as Emma Frost, who leads a government-approved mutant task force, Mr. Sinister, now characterized as a former Oscorp scientist who sees visions of the mutant god Apocalypse, and the Shi'ar Empire, who instead of being aliens, are now imagined as a religious group who worship the Phoenix. It would also be around this time that Colossus would be revealed to be gay, with the hero coming out in Ultimate X-Men issue 65. In particular, Robert Kirkman's run, which lasted from March of 2006 to June of 2008, would perhaps be the most noteworthy, with the writer killing off Charles Xavier before it's revealed that he was actually sent to the future by Cable, and concluding with an epic showdown between the X-Men and Apocalypse. The Ultimate X-Men's fortunes would change the following year though, when Magneto returned in the universe-wide crossover Ultimatum. You see, after the death of Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch in Ultimates 3, Magneto would fulfill his promise of shifting the Earth's magnetic poles, using Thor's hammer to unleash a tidal wave across New York City that kills countless members of the Marvel Universe. Professor X is actually the first to realise that Magneto is behind the devastation, sending a message to many of the universe's surviving heroes, warning them to band together against Magneto. As the likes of the X-Men, the Ultimates, and the Fantastic Four all scramble to find their missing partners, Magneto would confront Charles in the Xavier Institute before snapping his neck and killing him. With Xavier now dead, the X-Men wage war on Magneto, launching an attack on his citadel that results in the deaths of Wolverine and Angel. Despite this though, the X-Men do manage to take down Magneto, as Nick Fury uses Jean Grey's telepathy to reveal the true nature of mutants in the Ultimate Marvel Universe, revealing that instead of being a natural evolution, the mutant gene was a result of a failed attempt to revive the super soldier serum. This revelation shakes Magneto to his core, asking the X-Men for forgiveness before Cyclops vaporizes and kills him. Ultimatum then concludes with Cyclops giving an address outside of the White House, where he's actually assassinated by Quicksilver, who is revealed to still be alive and now following in his father's footsteps. Now, to many people, Ultimatum is seen as the end of the golden age of the Ultimate Universe, with many of its biggest characters and teams being killed off during this 5-issue story. But perhaps more so than anyone else, the X-Men suffered the most from this event, with 4 of the most popular mutant characters, Professor X, Cyclops, Magneto, and Wolverine, all being killed and never brought back to the series. In the fallout of Ultimatum, the Ultimate X-Men book would be relaunched as Ultimate Comics X, with Marvel introducing a whole new generation of mutants that would carry the X-Men mantle into the future, with the most notable being Jimmy Hudson, the illegitimate son of Wolverine. This would be followed up on in 2011 with the launch of Ultimate Comics X-Men, which would finally form a new iteration of the team consisting of Hudson as well as Kitty Pryde, Iceman, Rogue, and Johnny Storm, following the dissolution of the Ultimate Fantastic Four. Despite the difficult constraints put against them, the book's initial creative team, Nick Spencer and Paco Medina, would attempt to use it as an opportunity to create a wildly different version of the classic team, with this new X-Men facing off against both a new fleet of Sentinels named Nimrods, and even a rival mutant team led by Jean Grey. However, despite these efforts, I think it's fair to say that Ultimate X-Men never regained the momentum and popularity it had in the years before Ultimatum, with the book eventually being cancelled in October 2013, in anticipation of another universe-wide crossover, Cataclysm: The Ultimate's Last Stand. Now, Cataclysm would pave the way for the 2015 event Secret War, which saw the Ultimate Universe be destroyed, and alongside many of Marvel's other realities, be reforged into Battleworld. The aftermath of Secret Wars would see several Ultimate characters arrive in Marvel's classic 616 universe, namely Miles Morales, the Maker, and Jimmy Hudson. And while the X-Men would receive a renewed focus in their mainline books in more recent years, the Ultimate X-Men would largely be left behind in the past, destined to never fight another day. Having revisited the Ultimate X-Men series many years after it first hit shelves, I can't help but feel like it represents a missed opportunity. Although it's definitely not amongst the worst reinventions in the Ultimate Marvel universe, for the most part I feel like Ultimate X-Men lacked the new ideas and reinventions that made some of the other Ultimate books so successful and long-lasting. While the likes of Ultimate Spider-Man, Ultimate Fantastic Four, and the Ultimates all rebuilt their characters' mythos from the ground up in an extremely new and modern way, many of the X-Men stories often felt like they could have took place in the regular Marvel 616 continuity. Now, I think this is partly a result of Mark Millar's admitted inexperience with the wider X-Men lore, as the writer had to base his new interpretation so closely to that of the live-action films, and as a result, I feel like it lacked the uniqueness that made the Ultimate Universe so interesting in its early years. For me personally, this is compounded by the fact that running concurrent to Millar's Ultimate X-Men run, Marvel's main X-Men series was in the middle of a radical reinvention under Grant Morrison, with this iteration of the team feeling like a more modern and updated version than its Ultimate counterpart. I understand that Morrison's new X-Men can still be polarizing to some, but to me, this era of storytelling was pivotal in evolving and pushing the X-Men into the 21st century, something that should have been at the very heart of Millar and the Kubert's Ultimate reinvention. Now, this isn't to say that Ultimate X-Men is necessarily bad. While it's not amongst my favourites in the Ultimate Universe, I do think there are many interesting storylines and characters from its 100+ issue run. For example, the idea of introducing Wolverine as a villain made the initial few issues to be quite compelling, and later stories such as Return of the King, The Magnetic North, as well as the climactic Apocalypse Saga, all felt very compelling and interesting in different ways. That said though, it's hard for me to overlook the feeling that Marvel sadly played it too safe when they introduced the Ultimate X-Men, and only offered minor tweaks to already familiar concepts. Compared to what they did to teams like the Fantastic Four, for instance, this version of the X-Men largely felt like the X-Men, and while that's not necessarily a bad thing, it did make it difficult for this book to stand out against its long-running and beloved 616 counterpart. I commend all of the different writers involved in this series throughout the years for trying to shake up the team's status quo at different periods, especially in the years after Ultimatum when many of the big X-Men characters had been killed off. But to be completely honest, Ultimate X-Men just failed to grab me and truly make me resonate with this band of mutant heroes and their struggle for justice and equality in the Ultimate Universe. More so than anything else, my biggest takeaway is that I feel like this version of the characters lacked the necessary evolution and changes from their more traditional versions that they needed in order to succeed. And for a team whose entire concept is so heavily built around evolution, it truly makes Ultimate X-Men feel like a missed opportunity. As you're likely already aware, the Clone Saga is a story that has a deeply polarizing legacy within Marvel Comics. For fans who remember reading it as it unfolded throughout the mid-1990s, the prospect of Ultimate Spider-Man, a comic that had been almost consistently met with acclaim and praise, adapting it seemed like an impossible and unenviable task. One of the fans who read the Clone Saga at this time is Sal, host of the YouTube channel ComicPop, and so I want to hand the video over to him so he can explain the history behind the Spider-Man Clone Saga, how the original story came to be, and why in the years since it's garnered such a divisive reputation, as well as his thoughts and expectations when he learned that the story was going to be adapted into the pages of Ultimate Spider-Man.
Thank you, Owen. I'm Sal from the YouTube channel ComicPop, and the Clone Saga literally drove me out of comics for at least 5 years. Now, the original Clone Saga I was not around for, which is 1975, which we now call Clone Genesis. It all culminates in Amazing Spider-Man number 149, in which the Jackal, a Spider-Man villain who is also, at that time, his college professor, instigates a battle between Spider-Man and the clone, who we would now know as Ben Reilly. And afterwards, a battle ensues. The clone is destroyed or seemingly dead. Spider-Man throws his body down a smokestack, and then we don't see or hear anything about clones until 1981's What If number 30, in which they muse about the idea: what if the spider clone had survived? What if the spider clone had survived? Wouldn't that be a funny reality we live in? And it's a one-shot, and it's silly, and it's played for laughs, and that's where it should have stayed. But then, in 1994, they start peppering in these little appearances, these faceless cameos, in which they're indicating that there's an unseen character returning from the past, and it all comes together in Web of Spider-Man number 117, a full 19 years since the clone's last appearance, or 5 years if you're reading the comic books. This revelation will lead to 2 years worth of sprawling stories that have no direction or proper resolution, involving more clones, revelations, deaths, angels, cults, and Mary Jane's pregnancy. So we can blame a lot of people for the Clone Saga, but the main culprit, I think, is the death of Superman and Nightfall for catching the attention of the higher-ups at Marvel, who are like, we need a Nightfall for Spider-Man. We need a sales juggernaut that will help to revitalize the line and get us some money. And so the directive comes down: get us a Death of Superman, a Nightfall, some kind of massive sprawling epic, something big that'll shake up the line and get us some money. And so the writers bandy about ideas, and there's a lot of speculation about who came up with the actual idea to bring the clone back. I've heard J.M. DeMatteis' name used, but regardless of who initially came up with it, the concept is bring back the clone, and this sparked an idea that has been in the works since 1987 when Spider-Man married Mary Jane, which is, we could use this to unmake the marriage. That's right, a full 10 years before One More Day would come, they were still complaining about the Spider-Man marriage, and they were thinking, maybe we could use this as a way of bringing Peter Parker back to his roots, get those Archie love triangles going, and undo this marriage. Now, I think that concept, the idea of just bringing back the clone in general, ended up opening up a Pandora's box of bad ideas, resulting in story diversions and tangents, and characters like Judas Traveler, who is limitlessly powerful, or actually a charlatan. Maybe he's an angel, or maybe he's a mutant, or maybe nothing. Now, it didn't help that an impending bankruptcy at Marvel of 1996, the multiple editors-in-chief at the time, that's right, multiple editors-in-chief, causing further bureaucracy to gum up the works, no clear story direction, no plans for a resolution, and a desperate chasing of sales, all resulted in mutating this original story into this epic that wouldn't stop and kept transforming, and we're just getting bigger and uglier and more problematic. Now, if you ask me how I feel about the Clone Saga, you'd probably guess, and how I inevitably ended up feeling about the Clone Saga. But I will admit that initially, when it first started, I was pretty much on board, because I took them at their word. And I had already been on admittedly a couple of bumpy rides for Spider-Man. Inevitably, after probably about 6 months to a year, I was getting fatigued, tired, and exhausted, until the culmination point where I just had enough. And the reason I had enough was because they dropped this bomb. And the bomb, of course, was that Ben Reilly, the clone, who had returned after 19 years, was actually the real Spider-Man. And that the Spider-Man that I grew up on, the Spider-Man that I was introduced to in the comics, was a clone. That broke me. To say that the stories you were reading were being led by an imposter protagonist was just too much for me. And it didn't help that the recent stories that had led up to it involved the Jackal acting like a Jim Carrey clone, running around laughing and indicating that there is going to be more revelations and more surprises, more twists. I had enough. So I got off, and I kept an ear to the ground because I was reading a periodical at the time that kind of covered comic books. So I kept an eye out for what was going on, basically just waiting for it to be over. Now, when I heard that Bendis was going to adapt the Clone Saga in Ultimate Spider-Man, I thought that that was a hilarious joke that eventually led to concern on my behalf. I thought, what hubris. You know, nobody asked for the Clone Saga. The Clone Saga came from a creatively bankrupt place. Why would you do it when you have total creative freedom to do whatever you want? As the story was rolling forward, I found myself being more and more invested, and at the end of it, I'm like, you nailed it. You accomplished what few could do. You told the Clone Saga your own way, with a clear direction, and you pulled it off in a very short amount of time. And I loved it. And in fact, I took my Clone Saga trade to a New York Comic-Con, and I brought it to Bendis, and I said to him, this is when I knew I'd never stop reading Ultimate Spider-Man. If you could pull off the Clone Saga, then you can do anything. So I have a real affinity for the Ultimate Clone Saga. I think it really nails it. I think it pays homage to what came before in a very genuine way, not just in a tongue-in-cheek, oh, this is this character, this is this character, this is this plot point, this is this joke. No, in an organic way that told the story, but stayed true to the universe it was in. In the end, the Clone Saga is both a relic and a touchstone. I think it's worthy of preservation and, most importantly, observation and excavation. It's important to know where it came from, what to learn from it, and what to do and what not to do. But there are a few things from the Clone Saga that have not only remained, but endured. You got Ben Reilly, you got Mayday Parker, you've got the resurrection of Norman Osborn. There is a lot from that still informs the stories today, and actually has a light in a lot of comic book readers' hearts. So while I was quick to dismiss it as a kid, as an adult, I can look back on it, and while I do recognize that it did literally push me out of the comic book industry for a good long time, I'm indebted to those years where I was able to try new things, read new stuff, and experience life outside of the comic book industry, and then allow myself to re-immerse myself again and find a new love for it. Because when I got back into comic books after the Clone Saga, you know what pulled me back in? It was Spider-Man. 2 Spider-Men. Straczynski Spider-Man and Ultimate Spider-Man, which of course would lead to the Ultimate Clone Saga. So, in many ways, I owe the Clone Saga.
Despite any and all concerns many fans had towards the idea of the Clone Saga being adapted, the story proved to be a tremendous success, becoming one of the standout arcs of the entire Ultimate Spider-Man series. While the saga would take place throughout late 2006 and early 2007, the building blocks of this storyline can actually be traced back to several years earlier. In particular, much of the setup for the Ultimate Clone Saga can be found in the 11th volume of Ultimate Spider-Man entitled Carnage. Now, this story, told throughout Ultimate Spider-Man issues 60 through 65, see Dr. Kirk Connors and his assistant Ben Reilly use a DNA sample of Peter Parker to create the Carnage symbiote, which eventually breaks free of its containment and rampages throughout New York City, eventually killing Gwen Stacy. The comic's resolution sees Peter, shaken by the loss of Gwen, overcome and defeat the Carnage symbiote, with Dr. Connors turning himself into the police for creating this monster. However, the end of Ultimate Spider-Man issue 65 would see Ben Reilly steal the remaining DNA samples of Peter Parker, planning to continue this research and setting in motion the impending arrival of the clones. The Clone Saga would then officially begin in Ultimate Spider-Man issue 97. This comic opens with Peter Parker and Mary Jane eating lunch together in a mall, with the pair trying to remain friends after their recent breakup. This is interrupted though by the arrival of the Scorpion, a new villain wreaking havoc and attacking civilians throughout the mall. As the police struggle to detain the villain, Peter takes MJ to safety and suits up, and it's during this fight that a strange development begins to unfold, as Scorpion's mask is damaged in the battle, revealing underneath none other than the face of Peter Peter Parker. After defeating Scorpion, Peter takes the villain to the Fantastic Four, who confirm that the Scorpion is an almost perfect match of the hero's DNA. Meanwhile, as Mary Jane returns home, she's suddenly kidnapped by a mysterious figure, later revealed to be a clone of Peter named Kane. Kane holds MJ hostage and injects her with Norman Osborn's Oz formula. After returning home, Peter quickly discovers that Mary Jane is missing, and upon searching for her, instead finds a now alive Gwen Stacy in her place. Shocked at how Gwen is somehow alive, the pair embrace as Peter attempts to explain her revival to Aunt May, and in the process revealing his secret identity. This bombshell is interrupted by a sudden knock on the door, and the chaos is amplified when not only does Richard Parker, Peter's long-lost father, arrive, but so does Nick Fury with an army of Spider Slayers. Fury orders Gwen and the Parkers to all surrender, and as Peter does, Gwen reveals her true form and transforms into Carnage, attacking the Spider Slayers and causing Aunt May to suffer a heart attack. Richard tends to May as Peter confronts Fury, before he's interrupted by the Fantastic Four. Reed attempts to convince Fury to relent. However, as the pair argue, Peter is rescued by a mysterious spider person, who reveals herself to be Jessica Drew. After taking Peter to safety, Jessica explains that she's a female clone of him created by Ben Reilly, and that several clones were created from Peter's DNA, including both Kane and the Scorpion. Jessica tells Peter that she believes Kane has kidnapped Mary Jane, and the pair search for them inside Oscorp, eventually discovering that MJ is transformed into a monstrous goblin-like creature, attacking both Kane and another clone wearing a black costume. Peter is eventually able to reason with MJ though and convince her to depower, as she collapses to the floor. While Peter checks on her though, the room is suddenly swarmed by Spider Slayers, led by both Fury and, perhaps most surprisingly, Dr. Otto Octavius. Fury attempts to apprehend Peter and the clones. However, Otto reveals that the clones belong to him, and that he oversaw the program that created them while secretly working for the FBI. The clones refuse to go back with Octavius, and a fight breaks out between all of these different forces, with Kane being shot and killed by a Spider Slayer before Peter and Jessica are able to nullify and defeat Octavius. S.H.I.E.L.D. arrest Otto whilst Jessica flees. However, before they can apprehend Peter, the Human Torch arrives and takes him to the Baxter Building, where we learn that not only was Richard Parker another clone of Peter, this one rapidly aging, but also that Reed has cured Mary Jane of the Oz serum, and even offers to do the same for him. Peter ultimately refuses though, and instead, we see him and MJ return home with Aunt May, as the trio attempt to rebuild their relationships and come to terms with everything that has unfolded. Whilst May gives Peter her blessing to continue on as Spider-Man, he and MJ profess their love to one another, deciding to give their relationship another try, with Peter finally accepting his place as both the friendly neighbourhood superhero and the one and only Peter Parker. In my opinion, the Clone Saga is one of the greatest successes of the entire Ultimate Spider-Man run. Throughout this 9-issue story, the team of Brian Michael Bendis and Mark Bagley managed to deconstruct and rebuild this deeply divisive storyline and turn it into a fascinating case study about just what it means to be Spider-Man, as well as the true face of the person behind the mask. For all of its cameos, characters and sudden plot twists, the Ultimate Clone Saga never forgets its core focus, with almost every single aspect of this story remaining centred around Peter Parker and his battle for identity. The notion of duality has long been a core component in Spider-Man's stories, with the war between the life that Peter wants to lead and his responsibility as a superhero informing so many of the character's best stories. And although it was by no means a new concept by the mid-2000s, I think this story's use of the clones, as well as Peter's relationship with them, demonstrates this duality in a really interesting way. In particular, the comic focuses primarily on 3 of the clones, Kane, the Scorpion and Jessica Drew, and I think all of them are interesting parallels to Peter Parker. For example, Kane in this story very much represents Peter without his strong moral compass, still seeking to protect those who he cares about, but doing so in a deeply reckless and dangerous way, which ultimately proves to be his undoing. Likewise, the Scorpion symbolises Peter without his humanity, retaining all of the hero's extraordinary power, but without the compassion that guides him him and makes him a hero. And perhaps the most interesting of these characters is Jessica Drew. Now, this interpretation of Spider-Woman is drastically different to how she's traditionally characterized in Earth 616, with this version not only being a clone of Peter Parker, but also being written as transgender, with her arc in the Clone Saga being one of self-discovery, teaming up with Peter to find MJ and save the day from Dr. Octopus, and eventually going off to start a new life and find her own identity. For Peter though, the Ultimate Clone Saga is a story that reaffirms his heroism and significance within the Ultimate Marvel universe. By contrasting him to both Kane and the Scorpion, two clones of him that have the same great power but use it in dangerous ways, it reminds us that what makes Spider-Man such a tremendous hero isn't his extraordinary abilities, but the incredible person that he is even without them. And it's this humanity and morality that not only allows Peter to save the day, but cements him as the one true Spider-Man. Whereas the 90s Clone Saga was a confusing and meandering story, Bendis and Bagley's version sets out this theme from the very beginning, and throughout its 9-issue arc, manages to resolve the clone story while simultaneously advancing Peter's journey in the way that the original tried and failed to for several years. By the time the Ultimate Clone Saga concludes, Peter's relationships with both Mary Jane and Aunt May have significantly changed, with his on and off relationship with the former now fortified by their shared experiences, and his secret identity now out in the open and accepted by the woman who raised him. These status quo changes would guide the remaining issues of Ultimate Spider-Man, as following the Clone Saga, the series would continue for another 55 issues, eventually concluding in August of 2011, with the tragic death of Peter Parker and the introduction of Miles Morales. For me personally, the Ultimate Clone Saga is nothing short of a major triumph. The fact that Bendis and Bagley even attempted to adapt this story at all is admirable, never mind the fact that they were able to turn it from a major missed opportunity into one of the most fondly remembered parts of the entire Ultimate Spider-Man series. I've long believed that within the original 90s Clone Saga lies an actually interesting story, one that was sadly lost in the midst of many different creative voices fighting to be heard and editorial mandates, and yet it's here in Bendis and Bagley's 9-issue story that this untapped potential is finally realised. The Ultimate Clone Saga is a milestone story for so many reasons, serving as the 100-issue celebration of Ultimate Spider-Man and the series' most ambitious story yet, the crowning achievement and culmination of Bendis and Bagley's long-running partnership, and the ultimate redemption arc for one of comics' most polarising storylines. It's all of these factors and more that make the Ultimate Clone Saga such an honest success story, as it somehow fixed and redeemed one of comics' most polarising stories and gave longtime Spider-Man fans the version of the Clone Saga that they had always deserved. The Ultimate Marvel Universe was birthed into existence in the year 2000, the brainchild of then Marvel Vice President Bill Jemas and Editor-in-Chief Joe Quesada. With Marvel Comics being only a handful of years removed from filing for bankruptcy, the company sought new ways to turn their fortunes around, deciding to launch a brand new separate imprint of comic books that would reimagine their most popular characters in a modern setting. The writer tasked with telling the first story in this new universe was Brian Michael Bendis, who, alongside artist Mark Bagley, ushered readers into this fresh new world in the pages of Ultimate Spider-Man issue 1 in September of 2000. Now, Ultimate Spider-Man became an instant success for Marvel Comics, with the company soon after greenlighting a whole host of other titles starring a number of their other flagship characters. However, while the likes of the X-Men, the Avengers and the Fantastic Four would all later receive their own Ultimate books, Marvel also aimed to flesh out the universe with a separate comic that would introduce readers to a whole host of other characters in the form of Ultimate Marvel Team Up. Beginning in April of 2001, Ultimate Marvel Team Up would be written by Bendis again and centered around one-off adventures with Spider-Man as he encounters various other heroes and groups not yet seen in any of the other Ultimate comic books. These included the likes of the Hulk and Iron Man, years before their appearances in Mark Millar and Brian Hitch's The Ultimates, as well as Doctor Strange and Daredevil. Alongside artist Bill Sienkiewicz, Daredevil's ultimate debut would come in the pages of Ultimate Marvel Team-Up issue 7, as part of a 3-issue story that saw he and Spider-Man face off against the Punisher. This book not only introduces Frank Castle as an ex-New York police officer whose family were killed by other corrupt cops, but also sees the vigilante escape from Rikers Island, attempting to hunt down the officers responsible for his family's death. Hearing that Punisher was on the loose, one of Frank's targets seeks help from his lawyer, who would be revealed to be Matt Murdock. Believing that the Punisher is a danger, Murdock dons his Daredevil costume and tries to apprehend the Punisher, eventually teaming up with Spider-Man to take the vigilante down and return him to prison. While only a brief introduction to the Man Without Fear, this story does give readers their first taste of Ultimate Daredevil. However, like many of the other first appearances in Ultimate Marvel Team-Up, the character feels almost identical to his main universe counterpart. Although the Punisher's backstory receives some changes for this new status quo, Matt Murdock is virtually indistinguishable from his Earth 616 counterpart, meaning that while readers can quickly familiarise themselves with this version of the hero, there's very little to make him stand out from any other Daredevil we've ever seen before. Nevertheless, this story would provide a solid foundation for Daredevil's adventures in the Ultimate Universe, and leave readers keen to learn more about this new depiction of the hero. From here, Daredevil would next appear in a 4-issue miniseries titled Ultimate Daredevil and Elektra, written by Greg Rucka with art by Salvador Larroca. This comic would serve as an origin story for both Matt Murdock and Elektra, as we see the duo attend Columbia University together as they both begin their vigilante careers. Now, this series does attempt to distance Daredevil's backstory from the modern origin of the character introduced by Frank Miller, omitting the hero's mentor Stick and instead presenting a more grounded and realistic interpretation of his early years. Likewise, Elektra's origin has been updated too, with the character now no longer the daughter of a rich ambassador and not being trained by the hand. This series very much focuses itself around the romance between Matt and Elektra, as well as explaining the different paths that they would go down in later years. We see the two characters being driven apart by the contrasting ideology, with Elektra attempting to hunt down the man who assaulted one of her friends and get revenge, while Matt begs her to seek justice through the law. Although this comic does give us glimpses of Daredevil's black costume as he dons it when first becoming the Man Without Fear, it's overall a book that focused more on fleshing out the character of Elektra than it does on Daredevil himself. Overall though, Ultimate Daredevil and Elektra was received relatively well, and as such, a sequel comic entitled just Ultimate Elektra would be released in 2004. As the name suggests, this book was more focused on Elektra's battle with the Kingpin, as although she would later end up working for the villain in the present day, here she finds herself and her family in the crosshairs of Wilson Fisk. Now, this war between Elektra and Kingpin would result in Bullseye being hired to take Elektra out, causing her to reconnect with Daredevil and work together to defeat him. While admittedly a fairly well written and well drawn miniseries, the comic does very little to really further either character's arc, with both Matt and Elektra ending this book in almost the same places they did in the previous series, with Daredevil in particular feeling frequently overshadowed and underutilized in both comics. And honestly, that there is the story of Ultimate Daredevil for the first few years of his run. While the character was introduced alongside other notable heroes like Spider-Man and the Punisher, and was featured in both Ultimate X-Men and 2 miniseries alongside Elektra, he was never really able to garner much momentum and fully establish his place within the Ultimate continuity. By the mid-2000s, where other heroes had now got well fleshed out character arcs and were very much presented as being distinct interpretations from their Earth 616 counterparts, Ultimate Daredevil often just felt like Daredevil, but now being written alongside other more established Ultimate Marvel heroes. This would prove to be incredibly frustrating for long-time Daredevil fans. However, many would hope that the character's fortunes were about to change, as Matt Murdock began to make appearances in more high-profile comics such as The Ultimates and Ultimate Spider-Man. However, all would not be well with the hero as these stories unfolded, and the question of Daredevil's future began to give readers plenty to be fearful of.
Hey, did I hear someone talking about Daredevil? Matt Draper here. Daredevil fan. Definitely not actually Daredevil. But when it comes to Daredevil in Ultimate Marvel, what exactly happened here? Thanks to the limited number of titles being published at any given time in the Ultimate line, Daredevil was largely relegated to supporting player, background character, or miniseries lead. In issue number 3 of Mark Millar and Brian Hitch's Ultimates 2, Matt appears as Bruce Banner's defense attorney when he's on trial for his rampage in Manhattan. Matt appears in some of the issue with Foggy Nelson, but loses the case off page. But Ultimate Spider-Man Annual number 2, released in October 2006, would act as a prelude to Daredevil's biggest story in the Ultimate Universe. Detective Jean DeWolf talks Spider-Man into going after rising criminal the Kangaroo. It's soon revealed that she's in league with the Kingpin, and while on patrol, Spidey crashes Daredevil's fight in a dive bar. Classic Daredevil. It's important to remember, like most Ultimate characters not named Spider-Man, Ultimate Daredevil is an asshole. And not in a fun, oh Matt you lovable idiot kind of way. Soon, Spidey, Daredevil, Moon Knight, and Punisher brawl as they close in on Kangaroo, with a captured Punisher shooting and killing DeWolf for being a dirty cop. By issue's end, Daredevil approaches Moon Knight with a proposition to create a group to take down Kingpin. The story ends with Fisk sad and alone, waiting for DeWolf, adding humanity to the character. Maybe more humanity than has been given to Matt Murdock. This led into the Marvel Knights arc of Ultimate Spider-Man, told from issues 106 through 110, where DD, Moon Knight, Iron Fist, Shang-Chi, Doctor Strange, and Spider-Man join up to take down Fisk for good. Moon Knight will pose as a new bodyguard for Fisk to bring down the organization from the inside. And even though they want to kill Fisk, Spider-Man convinces them not to. But Iron Fist is a double agent for the Kingpin, and the combination of his betrayal, Moon Knight's new ruthless Ronin personality, and continued infighting quickly fracture the team. In the end, Moon Knight willingly turns himself over to the police to testify against Fisk, making Daredevil and Spider-Man look selfish in comparison. Here we find a Matt Murdock who has already been pushed to the edge before we're well acquainted with him. Things like Daredevil saying, "I'm Catholic, I feel guilty," and using the Kingpin's backstory from the then recent Ben Affleck movie are shorthand to establish this character as fast as possible. But Bendis thankfully makes sure that Daredevil is an essential part in the end of his ongoing Kingpin saga, helping to ensure his downfall, with Wilson Fisk only briefly returning years later to be killed by Mysterio. Still, there are some letdowns here. Matt wanting to kill Kingpin or at least Vanessa as vengeance means little when the character has barely been seen beforehand. Vanessa Fisk, Wilson's wife, is shown to be comatose, echoing what had happened to her during Frank Miller's classic Daredevil run. But all of this has to be inferred from old stories. And Elektra is nowhere to be seen. She'd almost been killed by Black Cat and Moon Knight in a previous arc, and was never seen in Ultimate Marvel again, causing all those past issues to have no real payoff. Daredevil and Elektra never meet up in the present day. But this is probably Ultimate Daredevil's best story. After years of infrequent appearances and underwhelming guest spots, it finally seemed like the Man Without Fear was finding his footing in the universe. However, just as quickly as it came, the character's potential and future was unapologetically washed away in Ultimatum. Let's spare us all some pain and not go through the entirety of this event. Really, all you need to know is that in an effort to bring some new life into Ultimate Marvel, Jeff Loeb decided to kill off a bunch of major characters, creating one of the most controversial Marvel storylines of all time. We would see the fallout of Ultimatum in Ultimate Spider-Man number 131, where after Magneto flooded much of New York City, Spider-Man and Hulk try to save as many people as they can, discovering in the wreckage that Daredevil has been killed. Just like any reader with an attachment to the character, Spider-Man is shocked and says that while Daredevil didn't like him, Spidey admired him and his ability to just do what he needed to do. And so Spider-Man unmasks this corpse, only to not know the identity of the man behind the mask. Okay, so that doesn't make any sense because Peter learned Daredevil's identity in Ultimate Spider-Man number 106, where he met Matt Murdock with no mask on. Both of these issues were written by Brian Michael Bendis. Chalk this one up to Bendis and Ultimate editorial either not remembering or simply not caring. Ultimatum was originally planned to kill off Spider-Man as well, but the poor quality of the event and resistance from Bendis led to his apparent death being a fake-out. Ultimate Spider-Man continued in a new volume, eventually leading to the death of Spider-Man and Miles Morales, which actually gives Peter's death real weight. Because if you just kill off as many characters as possible in a parade of sadism, they stop meaning anything. They're just shock tactics, and Matt Murdock was a casualty of this. The death of Daredevil Marvel is an illustration of the wasted potential of so much of Ultimate Marvel. Like many characters, he was given a few moments to shine and largely leveraged as a way to expand a universe that didn't have the number of titles or years of publication necessary to naturally grow. In Ultimate Marvel, if you weren't the name on the title, you were disposable for the sake of subverting expectations in service of a universe that became desperate to differentiate itself from 616 Marvel. Unlike many other characters given new life at the start of Ultimate Marvel, Daredevil wasn't in need of reinvention, as he'd just been given new life in Marvel Knights, which tossed away the majority of his stagnation in the 90s and quickly turned the Man Without Fear into one of the most popular and critically acclaimed characters in the company. While Ultimate Marvel and Ultimate Spider-Man specifically re-energized the publisher, it was Daredevil and the Marvel Knights imprint that had pulled Marvel back from the brink of total collapse just a few years prior, in conjunction with movies like Blade and X-Men. So it's clear that there was no real need for Daredevil in yet another Marvel imprint, but the need for Ultimate Marvel to eventually tackle every pre-existing character in some way means that Daredevil had to be given life eventually. It's the sort of reinvention by force that brought us Ultimate Thanos, Ultimate Galactus, and more characters that broke the #1 rule of ongoing characters. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Ultimate Daredevil was neither broken nor fixed. He was simply there for a few storylines and then tossed onto the rapidly growing pile of the dead.
Like many other heroes that populated the Ultimate Marvel universe, Daredevil would be killed off during Ultimatum, with the character's legacy and unrealised potential being washed away in the flood that killed off so many other characters. In the years following Ultimatum, a number of different writers attempted to use this catastrophic event as a launching pad to introduce many new and original legacy characters, such as Miles Morales becoming the new Spider-Man and Jimmy Hudson emerging as the son of Wolverine and joining a new iteration of the X-Men, whilst the survivors found themselves in unprecedented circumstances as former friends like Reed Richards soon became bitter enemies. Mark Millar, one of the original architects of this comic book universe, returned to the imprint soon after Ultimatum, taking over the Ultimates title and relaunching it in 2009 as Ultimate Comics Avengers. Upon its relaunch, this series aimed to re-establish Earth's mightiest heroes in a world drastically altered by Magneto's shocking attacks, showcasing how the likes of Nick Fury, Captain America, War Machine and Hawkeye all regroup after the incredible and unprecedented losses that they suffered. It's in Millar's third volume of this series, released throughout 2010 and 2011, that Daredevil would make something of a return, albeit with a new person underneath the mask. Alongside artist Lionel Francis Yu, Millar would introduce a new Daredevil in the form of Ray Connor, a teenager who, after suffering an accident that blinded him and gave him sensitive hearing abilities, was discovered and trained by Stick, who was retconned to also have been the secret trainer of Matt Murdock. This story re-establishes the central premise of Daredevil and his allies, as we learn that Stick trained both Ray and Matt to be soldiers in a secret war against an army of vampires. Donning the hero's classic yellow and red costume, Ray would become the second Daredevil in the Ultimate Universe and fight hordes of vampires alongside Stick, before the fledgling hero is bitten and joins the vampire army. It's this revelation that brings this new Daredevil into conflict with the Ultimates, as the team is confronted by Blade, who asks for their help in stopping the oncoming vampire invasion. This story arc primarily focuses itself around the vampire army and the mysterious leader Anthony, as they recruit not only Daredevil, but a genetically engineered clone of Bruce Banner into their ranks. The vampires attack the Ultimates soon after, with Captain America being bitten during the encounter. While the heroes are able to escape, Cap is knocked unconscious and treated at the Triskelion, with Blade warning them that Anthony let them rescue Steve so that he can infect all of his teammates. As Blade argues with the Ultimates, the Triskelion is suddenly attacked by a swarm of vampires. It's here that we see this new Daredevil face off against all of the different members of the Ultimates. However, this encounter proves to be short-lived, as Captain America resurfaces, now cured of his infection thanks to the super soldier serum, and uses the axe of Perun to transport the vampire army across the world, where they are immediately set ablaze and killed by the sunlight. Although there was some hype and anticipation surrounding the introduction of a new Daredevil, this story clearly wasn't designed to be a showcase for Ray Connor, especially at a time when the Ultimate Universe was focusing so heavily on bringing in new legacy characters. This version of Daredevil honestly feels like a waste, and that its only purpose in existing was to add another somewhat recognisable face to the evil vampire horde. In a lot of ways, Ray's time as Daredevil in the Ultimate Universe is just a condensed version of Matt Murdock's. He's introduced solely for the purpose of adding drama and stakes to other, more well-established heroes' stories, and then cast aside once the writers were done with him, killed off and never being referenced again. And given how successful the Ultimate Comics were in revitalising so many of Marvel's heroes during the early 2000s, it's such a shame that Daredevil was never given the chance to truly craft his own corner of the universe. So many other heroes were rejuvenated thanks to the Ultimate reimaginings, and it isn't hard to imagine how Daredevil could have been successfully adapted into this continuity. However, he was never deemed important enough to be the focal point of any stories he appeared in, instead becoming the casualty of Marvel seeking to rapidly expand the world of Earth 1610 without the care to make every new character they introduced seem truly important. In short, the story of Ultimate Daredevil is more so than anything else one of wasted potential. Throughout the majority of his appearances, he was just one of many heroes, brought into the Ultimate fold for a handful of stories, and then killed off in Ultimatum without a second thought. And for a character that stood the test of time and remained as beloved for generations as Matt Murdock has, I think it's fair to say that Ultimate Daredevil deserved so much better. From its inception in the year 2000, the Ultimate Marvel Universe existed as a place for reinvention. Throughout its initial 15-year run, this publishing line served as the home for some of Marvel's most daring reimaginings of its popular heroes and villains. From Brian Michael Bendis and Mark Bagley's Ultimate Spider-Man, which recontextualized the hero's formative years as a modern-day millennial teen drama before killing off Peter Parker and introducing Miles Morales, to Mark Miller and Brian Hitch's The Ultimate, a comic that forever changed how audiences saw the Avengers and brought them not just into the 21st century, but the world of post 9/11 America. To characters like the Maker, the Mr. Fantastic of Earth 1610, who becomes the universe's greatest threat after the Fantastic Four's dissolution. Many of these unique versions of seminal Marvel characters have remained significant both on the printed page and in wider media still today. Even though not every Ultimate reinvention was a success, with the likes of Hank Pym, Galactus, Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch all being notoriously polarizing new takes, the opportunity that this universe provided for writers and artists to take bold creative swings can't be understated. Currently, the Ultimate Marvel brand is experiencing a renaissance, with titles like Jonathan Hickman and Marco Cicchetto's Ultimate Spider-Man and Peach Momoko's Ultimate X-Men being amongst the hottest new series of any comic publisher. And with this in mind, I thought now would be a good time to dive back into the history of the original Ultimate Universe and reflect on some of its forgotten and often overlooked reimaginings of classic Marvel characters. So in this video, I want to explain the history behind 8 characters from Ultimate Marvel that you might not remember, discuss how the writers and artists reinvented them from their traditional counterparts, and why each of these unique characters failed to resonate with readers, and why, over time, they were all seemingly forgotten. The first character I want to spotlight in this video is Deadpool. Today, Deadpool has become one of Marvel's most popular characters, even though he's been around for over 30 years, first appearing in New Mutants issue 98. Wade Wilson has exploded into mainstream culture in the past decade, thanks to his successful series of films starring Ryan Reynolds. This version of Deadpool, the wisecracking, fourth wall-breaking merc with a mouth, wasn't how the character was initially presented. Instead, Wade Wilson is a character who has continuously evolved throughout each era he's existed in, first being introduced as a sinister mercenary hunting members of the New Mutants, before joining X-Force and transitioning into an anti-hero, before again transitioning into the comedic self-aware powerhouse we know today. This is to say that when adapting Deadpool into the Ultimate Universe, there's a fair amount of different ways to approach the character, and different versions of him that the writers could specifically pull from. And given his close association with the mutant heroes, you would probably expect that Deadpool's Ultimate debut would come in Ultimate X-Men, one of the imprint's most successful titles, launched in 2001 by Mark Millar and Adam Kubert. Even though his debut story arc does involve the Merry Mutants, it actually occurred in the pages of Ultimate Spider-Man. In Ultimate Spider-Man issue 91 from March of 2006, Peter Parker and his current girlfriend Kitty Pryde work together to stop a villain called the Ringer. However, they later discover that the X-Mansion is completely empty, with all of Kitty's friends having seemingly been kidnapped. Peter is also abducted in the issue's climax, with a familiar face revealing himself as the mastermind behind the X-Men's disappearance. In the next issue, we're formally introduced to this version of Deadpool and his team known as the Reavers. It's explained that the Reavers are a gang of cybernetically enhanced bounty hunters formed by the government of Genosha. Led by Gulf War veteran Sergeant Wade Wilson, the Reavers star in a TV show that sees them hunt captured mutants for sport, with the X-Men and Spider-Man becoming their latest contestants. Throughout the next 3 issues, we learn that although Deadpool hates mutants, he actually has a strange respect for Spider-Man, even at one point preventing one of his men from unmasking the hero. Nevertheless, Peter and the X-Men do eventually defeat the Reavers, with Wade being unmasked himself to reveal a face with no skin contained within a transparent helmet. Deadpool's unmasking leads the mercenary to lose control, triggering a massive explosion and seemingly killing himself in the process. But at the end of Ultimate Spider-Man issue 94, when Peter and the X-Men leave the island they were held hostage on, Wade Wilson is revealed to still be alive. Following this story arc, Deadpool wouldn't appear in another Ultimate Marvel story, with his only subsequent comic appearance being a minor role in the 2013 limited series Deadpool Kills Deadpool, where he's assassinated by his Earth 616 counterpart. Given Deadpool's current day popularity, it's hard not to feel like this was a missed opportunity. Appearing in only 4 issues, the Ultimate Wade Wilson is largely forgettable, bears very few of his well-known personality traits, and has more in common with other Marvel characters such as Arcane and Donald Pierce. The prospect of Deadpool either as a recurring antagonist in Ultimate Spider-Man or X-Men, or reappearing as a somewhat redeemed anti-hero fighting alongside them, could have made for an interesting story down the line, potentially even exploring his relationship with Peter Parker, his origin and hatred of mutants, and how his time spent serving in the war led to him becoming a costumed mercenary. Even though this take on the Merc with a Mouth isn't fondly remembered, I think there was unfulfilled potential to tell some exciting stories with the Deadpool of Earth 1610. Unfortunately though, after an uneventful short run in Ultimate Spider-Man and a sword through the chest at the hands of his more popular doppelganger, this version of Wade Wilson is likely best left to rest. Whilst Deadpool became an overnight sensation thanks to 20th Century Fox's series of films, another character general audiences have become familiar with is Captain Marvel. Now, the comic history of this character is somewhat complicated. Born out of a legal dispute between DC and Fawcett Comics over the rights to the character later renamed Shazam, Marvel created their own version of this hero in December 1967. In the pages of Marvel Superheroes issue 12, in a story written by Stan Lee with art by Gene Colan, readers were introduced to Mar-Vell, a soldier from the faraway Kree Empire who is sent to Earth in advance of an invasion before switching sides and becoming Earth's intergalactic protector. This original version of Captain Marvel wasn't a tremendous success. Despite the efforts of Roy Thomas, Gil Kane and Jim Starlin to rework Mar-Vell, the character was eventually killed off in 1982. The Captain Marvel title was passed down to several other heroes, most notably Carol Danvers, who first appeared in the very same issue as Mar-Vell and had previously served as his partner Miss Marvel. Although there have been several characters to carry the Captain Marvel name, when it came to adapting them into the Ultimate Universe, the company decided to go back to the hero's roots. In the pages of Ultimate Secret issue 1 from March 2005, Warren Ellis and Steve McNiven introduced a brand new version of Mar-Vell. Similar to his classic counterpart, he's introduced as a captain of the Kree Navy who's sent to Earth on a spy mission before abandoning his orders and adopting the new identity of Philip Lawson. After revealing himself to the world when the Kree attempt to invade, Mar-Vell becomes an ally of S.H.I.E.L.D. and serves a major role in the Ultimate Galactus saga, where he, alongside the X-Men, the Fantastic Four and the Ultimates, prevent the planet-eating entity from wiping out all life on Earth. Ultimate Captain Marvel would next appear in Brian Michael Bendis and Rafa Sandoval's Ultimate Doom miniseries from late 2010, where he encounters Rick Jones, aka Nova, and is brainwashed into attacking the Baxter Building. After being apprehended by S.H.I.E.L.D., it's revealed that Mar-Vell was actually controlled by Reed Richards, who has become a villain following the breakup of the Fantastic Four. Mar-Vell later aids the Ultimates in fighting Reed off, with the former Mr. Fantastic fleeing to the Negative Zone. Mar-Vell's final appearance in the Ultimate Universe would come in 2013, in Bendis and artist Mark Bagley's 5-part crossover story Cataclysm, which saw the Galactus of Earth 616 arrive in the Ultimate Universe and attempt to devour it. Here, Mar-Vell and Nova discover the villain's impending arrival and attempt to battle him in space. Whilst Rick Jones survives, Mar-Vell is mortally wounded in the battle, dying on the Kree homeworld of Hela with Jones by his side, who adopts the Captain Marvel name in his absence. Despite appearing in comics for almost 10 years, this version of Captain Marvel didn't make much of an impact within the broader Ultimate Universe or amongst much of the company's readership. While his introduction story was a fun reimagining of his first appearance, and his bond with Rick Jones was used well in both Ultimate Doom and Cataclysm, there is honestly very little to say about this version of Mar-Vell. Even though he does retain much of the lore associated with the classic character, he never received his own standalone title, and outside of Ultimate Secret, he mostly exists as a background character, or one of many heroes in an ensemble. With the added foresight of where the Captain Marvel character would go in subsequent years, I think there was a lot of unexplored potential with the Ultimate Universe's version of this hero, and outside of a small handful of memorable moments, Mar-Vell's story is largely and unfortunately forgettable. Speaking of characters who have achieved immense success thanks to the MCU, Thanos has become the unquestionable final boss of the Marvel Universe due to his role in the franchise's long-running Infinity Saga. Initially created by Jim Starlin and Mike Friedrich, the Mad Titan has been one of Marvel's most feared antagonists since 1973. After clashing with Tony Stark in Invincible Iron Man number 55, Thanos regularly encountered the Avengers, Captain Marvel, Adam Warlock, and the Infinity Watch throughout much of the 1980s and 90s. And even though modern-day Thanos is best associated with Earth's mightiest heroes, the Ultimate Universe's take on Thanos was introduced for a very different foe. Ultimate Fantastic Four was the last of the original 4 flagship titles launched by Marvel Comics. First co-written by Mark Millar and Brian Michael Bendis, the series would reimagine the company's first family as a group of 20-something scientists who gain powers after a botched trip to the Negative Zone. While the other Ultimate titles had a clear narrative voice and consistent creative team, such as Bendis and Bagley on Ultimate Spider-Man and Miller and Brian Hitch on the Ultimates, Fantastic Four saw an ever-changing roster of writers and artists jump onto the series to tell their stories. Mike Carey would serve as the longest tenured writer on the title, penning 26 issues on and off between 2005 and 2008, and it would be Carey and artist Pascal Ferry who would introduce us to Earth 1610's version of Thanos. Ultimate Fantastic Four issue 33 kicks off the 5-part God War storyline, which saw the heroes encounter a group of interdimensional travelers known as Seed-19. They discover that Seed-19 are the protectors of a faraway planet called Halcyon, which has been locked in a centuries-long war with its neighbouring world Acheron. The members of Seed-19 explain that one of their members, Tesseract, was captured by Acheron's military, the Endless Resurgence, and they seek the Fantastic Four's help in rescuing them and ending the war. After uniting to battle the Endless Resurgence's commander, Gallowglass, Reed experiences visions of Acheron's ruler, Thanos. Possessing the body of Ben Grimm, Thanos tells Reed that he's searching for a weapon known as the Cosmic Cube. Thanos tells Reed to build him a version of the cube, threatening to possess the other team members and eradicate all of Earth if he fails to comply. Faced with no other option, Reed ultimately agrees to the villain's demands and pledges to build the Cosmic Cube, all whilst planning to use it to defeat Thanos once and for all. This story would lead into Carey's second Thanos arc, the 4-cube storyline from Ultimate Fantastic Four, issues 50 through 53. Here, Reed has finally built the cube, and as the Fantastic Four return from a mission to Siberia, they find that Thanos has attacked New York City and transported part of it to his homeworld. With the planet at stake, Reed wields the Cosmic Cube as he confronts Thanos. Initially refusing to hand over the weapon, the Mad Titan insists that the pair decide its fate through combat, resulting in them both grabbing the cube, causing Reed to to experience a vision of his abusive father. Reed is stunned by this, and Thanos is able to gain control of the cube. Meanwhile, on Earth, the Ultimates investigate Thanos' abduction of Midtown before the villain appears before them with the Fantastic Four now brainwashed by his side. Thanos easily defeats the Ultimates and sets a plan to terraform Earth in his image, and puts the Ultimates under his control. As all hope seems lost, Mr. Fantastic reappears and saves his partners from their mind control before facing off with Thanos again. This time though, Reed has a plan. Having built a failsafe into the Cosmic Cube, he challenges Thanos to state his ultimate desire. The villain responds with death before massive amount of energies exude from the weapon, seemingly killing the Mad Titan. The Ultimates awaken from their brainwashing as Reed wields the cube to undo all of Thanos' devastation, explaining that he trapped the villain in a time loop inside the cube where he will forever search for his unreachable desire. Despite occurring over the span of 3 years, these issues represent the only overarching story that Ultimate Thanos appeared in, with the villain never being seen in any Ultimate comic before or since. While it's a rare treat to see the villain face off against the Fantastic Four, and Thanos' meeting of the minds with Reed Richards did make for some interesting moments, this rendition of the Mad Titan failed to capture readers' imagination. I do appreciate what Kerry and Pascal Ferry sought to do with this take on Thanos. The character's original creation was heavily inspired by Darkseid, the DC antagonist who was created by Marvel legend Jack Kirby, and so essentially telling a story where a character extremely similar to Darkseid faces off against the Fantastic Four, one of Kirby's other most notable creations, is a touching and admirable concept. Ultimate Thanos honestly has more in common with Darkseid than he does his 616 counterpart, with everything from the story between Acheron and Halcyon, his quest for the Cosmic Cube, and even characters like Seed 19 being heavily reminiscent of the Forever People and the New Gods, is a unique twist on Thanos and his real-world history. However, it's in the execution that I think this version of Thanos falls flat. Not only is he easily defeated by the Fantastic Four, but he's never seen and rarely mentioned again in any Ultimate book, a far cry from his 616 version where he's one of Marvel's most feared and high-profile villains. If I were to make a list of the Ultimate Universe's definitive antagonists, Thanos would be very low on the list, and I think that demonstrates the extent to which this version of the character sadly failed to live up to his potential. So far, this video has mostly looked at forgotten Ultimate Marvel characters whose live-action counterparts have achieved mainstream success thanks to the MCU, but I want to switch gears for a moment and look at the polar opposite, an original character created exclusively for Earth 1610 who drew more inspiration from Batman than any of Marvel's roster of heroes. In September 2002, Marvel released Ultimate Adventures, a 6-issue series that introduced readers to the billionaire vigilante Hawkowl, as well as his sidekick Woody. To explain who these characters are, why they exist, and why you probably haven't heard of them before, I invited my friend Sal from the channel ComicPop to come and explain a little bit about the history of Hawkowl and Ultimate Adventures the series. Take it away, Sal.
Thank you, Owen. I'm Sal from ComicPop, and I'm here today to talk about Ultimate Adventures, Ron Zimmerman and Duncan Fegredo, and supposedly edited by Joe Quesada as part of the ill-fated You Decide debacle. If you strip away all the You Decide stuff and look at it as a comic book, it is entirely forgettable. It is completely forgotten by the modern zeitgeist of comic book reading audiences, and if you look at it just as a comic book itself, it's a 6-issue miniseries that took almost 2 years to come out that is essentially the rise of the Robin parody sidekick. The whole thing is told more or less from the perspective of the young boy who would become Robin, or in this book, Woody, also known as Hank Kipple, a young orphan of the state. He's got a massive chip on his shoulder. I could see this being a treatment for a show or a movie where you would actually maybe sympathize with him. And I think as you get deeper and deeper, because he's clearly the protagonist of the story, he is sympathetic. There is actual work and craftsmanship going on here, though I will say that Duncan Fegredo's art does a lot of the heavy lifting. This book is a parody humor lens through which we can look at a subversive Batman take in the Marvel Universe, and that's the problem with the series, is that it takes risks, but only in the humor department. It doesn't take any risks in so far as looking at Batman as a character, nor even Robin as a character for that matter, but it also is unquestionably part of the foundation of the Ultimate Universe. Like, one of the earliest appearances of the Ultimates is in this book, and they are portrayed in a ridiculous fashion, but no more ridiculous than like Mark Miller would make them look. So you could easily and seamlessly integrate this into your Ultimate collection of the beginnings of the Ultimate Universe. But why? The main character is a Robin pastiche called Woody, which doesn't even match the main Batman analog character, whose name is Hawk Owl, who is in the pages of the book named after both a hawk and an owl, but there's also a hawk owl that exists in nature. And I think Fagredo knew that because it looks like there are actual hawk owls in the book, but the book itself makes sure to tell you that the main character, Jack Danner, is inspired by both a hawk and an owl. Oh my God, this book is not necessarily the mess that Marvel is. The book itself is actually pretty readable. Regardless of all the things I said before, I could say that you can actually read this comic book beginning to end, and you can get a satisfying story out of it. But there is a lot to slog through. I can't recommend Ultimate Adventures, but I do find it intriguing as a kind of piece of fiction that exists anthropologically within the world of comics. But obviously, history as our guide, the book didn't work. It didn't sell very well. The initial orders on this book were insanely low to begin with and only continued to drop. Thank you for letting me talk about this. Ultimate Adventures exists, and again, because it was 2002, like, they printed 1 million copies of this stuff, so you could definitely go get a copy if you want and judge for yourself. But of course, history already has this thing is a dud. But thanks for letting me talk about it.
She-Hulk has been an integral Marvel character ever since her debut in 1979, appearing as a solo hero alongside her cousin the Incredible Hulk, as well as being a member of both the Avengers and the Fantastic Four. Created by Stan Lee and John Buscema, She-Hulk hasn't just remained a popular hero in Marvel's ever-expanding universe, but she served as a trailblazer for new approaches to comic book storytelling, becoming one of the first characters to ever break the fourth wall and telling numerous stories that focus on meta-commentary and her awareness of being within the printed page. With all of this in mind, it wasn't until recently that I actually became aware that She-Hulk existed in the Ultimate Universe, and she does so in a way that you might not expect. While Jennifer Walters is the character most associated with being the Jade Giantress, on Earth 1610, the woman transformed was actually Betty Ross, Bruce Banner's long-term love interest. Betty is first introduced in Mark Millar and Brian Hitch's Ultimates from 2002, where she's depicted as Bruce's ex-girlfriend and the public relations officer for the Ultimates. Bruce's recent separation from Betty and his jealousy when she begins dating again serves as the catalyst for his arc in the story, turning himself into the Hulk and rampaging throughout New York City in issue 5. The Hulk's rampage and subsequent fight with the Ultimates is followed up on in the sequel book Ultimates 2, where we see Betty and Bruce start to reconcile before the Hulk's identity is leaked to the world. After Banner is found guilty of the deaths of hundreds of people, he fakes his own death and flees to the Himalayas, leaving Betty behind in New York. This plot point is continued in Damon Lindelof, Lionel Francis Yu, and Dave McCaig's 6-issue miniseries Ultimate Wolverine vs. Hulk, released between December 2005 and May 2009. Here, Nick Fury deploys Wolverine to track the Hulk down after he's revealed to be alive, and it's during this mission that Betty reappears after receiving a mysterious phone call in the night and believing it to be from Bruce. Desperate to discover Banner's whereabouts, Betty seeks out his cousin Jennifer Walters, a renowned scientist who has continued Bruce's research into genetic enhancements. Jennifer demonstrates the changes she's made to her cousin's work, with the Hulk serum still granting its recipient enhanced strength and size, but now without any of the animalistic rage. After Betty discovers S.H.I.E.L.D.'s plan to execute the Hulk, she steals both the serum and a Quinjet and injects herself with it whilst flying to Asia. She crash lands in the middle of a violent battle between Hulk and Wolverine, temporarily disarming Banner before he becomes incredibly enraged by her presence. This leads to a fight between Betty and Bruce until S.H.I.E.L.D. detonates a nuke on the trio. Due to the nature of their powers though, the bomb doesn't kill Betty, Bruce or Logan, and instead the trio disperse. After a brief encounter with Wolverine, She-Hulk is later captured and taken into S.H.I.E.L.D. custody, where Nick Fury explains that she is to remain imprisoned indefinitely as her captivity will enable S.H.I.E.L.D. to weaponize and control the Hulk once again. Following the events of Ultimate Wolverine vs. Hulk, She-Hulk is never actually seen again in an Ultimate comic, with the only real reference to her fate coming in 2012 in Ultimate Comics The Ultimates number 7, where it's mentioned that Betty is still being held in the classified S.H.I.E.L.D. prison, the Cube. For a character as significant and long-lasting as She-Hulk, her Ultimate Marvel counterpart was sorely underutilized. Despite how you may feel about the change of this version being Betty Ross instead of Jennifer Walters, outside of her small role in Ultimate Wolverine vs. Hulk, a book that was notoriously met with extensive delays, the character never reappears and is only sparingly even referenced. I actually hadn't even read this series until very recently, and wasn't even fully aware that a version of She-Hulk existed in the Ultimate Universe. And when thinking about how large Bruce's role in Earth 1610 was, both as a hero and a villain, I think it's extremely disappointing that neither Betty Ross or Jennifer Walters does anything of note in this universe beyond this short and mostly forgotten storyline. Ultimate X-Men is a series I've long been fascinated by. Initially pitched as a darker, more mature take on the mutant ensemble, seeking to capitalise on the success of the original live-action film, the comic did find notable success. However, for me personally, I feel like it often struggled to find an identity, rarely doing enough to differentiate itself from any of the mainline X-Men series. But that isn't to say that there aren't moments where Ultimate X-Men did genuinely shake up the team status quo, with one of the most notable examples of this being its unique take on Cable. Initially created in 1986 by Chris Claremont and Rick Leonardi, Nathan Summers was introduced as the child of Cyclops and Madeline Pryor, who is sent to the future after contracting the techno-organic virus. After growing up and becoming a hardened soldier, Nathan returns to the present day in New Mutants issue 87 from March of 1990, reimagined by Louise Simonson and Rob Liefeld as Cable. In the decades since his first appearance, Cable has played a crucial role in numerous X-Men stories. However, what's interesting is the Ultimate Universe's version of Cable isn't actually Nathan Summers at all, and instead he's depicted as a futuristic version of another X-Men character sent back to prevent a dark dystopian future. In Ultimate X-Men number 75 from October 2006, Robert Kirkman and Ben Oliver introduce readers to Earth 1610's take on the character. Here, Charles Xavier is alone with Nightcrawler, having placed him in a coma due to the mutant suffering a breakdown and attacking his teammates. As Charles promises Kurt he'll do everything possible to help him, a portal suddenly opens, and from the other side enters Cable. Wielding a large gun, Cable declares that Xavier must die, resulting in the Professor using his psychic powers to subdue him as the other members of the X-Men arrive. Cable bests the likes of Cyclops, Shadowcat and Colossus, but it's when he comes face to face with Wolverine that things take a surprising turn, as Logan launches himself at the intruder only to find his torso slashed in the process, with Cable revealing himself to actually be Wolverine from the future. After fighting his way through the mansion and kidnapping Jean Grey, the X-Men regroup before they're suddenly met by another time traveller. This individual reveals himself to be Bishop and demands to know Cable's whereabouts, explaining that in their shared future, the X-Men are killed and defeated by Apocalypse, and Cable is likely travelling back to kill Xavier and prevent this future from becoming true. The X-Men eventually track Cable's location down to Finland, where they're ambushed by a group of mutant mercenaries known as the Six Pack. While the two factions fight, Cyclops and Xavier corner Cable, who, with no way out, unveils a grenade and triggers a massive explosion. Cyclops manages to escape in time, but as he and the X-Men search through the rubble, they find no trace of Cable and a charred skeleton that they believe to be the Professor. It's later revealed in Ultimate X-Men issue 88 that Cable and Charles both survived, travelling to the future, with Xavier convincing Cable to train him and prepare him for Apocalypse's arrival. The villain is ultimately awoken in issue 91, unleashing a path of destruction that the combined might of the X-Men, Spider-Man and the Fantastic Four all fail to stop. As all hope appears lost, Xavier and Cable return to the present day, with Charles now able to walk again and donning an Onslaught-inspired armour. Cable and the X-Men form an uneasy alliance as the Professor battles Apocalypse. The villain is eventually defeated after Jean Grey unleashes the Phoenix Force and kills the Ancient Mutant. With Apocalypse gone, the X-Men regroup and Cable fades from existence, with his mission to prevent the team's annihilation now accomplished. Although the decision to make this version of Cable a future version of Wolverine instead of Nathan Summers was quite controversial at the time, in retrospect I think this is an example of the Ultimate Universe reinventing a beloved character in a very unique and interesting way. Kirkman's take on Cable borrows a lot from stories like Days of Future Past, and puts an incredibly unpredictable spin on a tale many fans already know from previous X-Men comics. The twist of Cable's identity may have been polarizing at the time, but I do think it largely works within the context of this series, especially with the X-Men's battle against Apocalypse being one of the final story arcs before many of their members were killed off during Ultimatum, with this battle against the Ancient Mutant essentially serving as the grand finale of the entire Ultimate X-Men series. Cable serves an integral role in this storyline, both as the person training Xavier for this high-stakes conflict, and a cautionary tale for what might happen to a hero we followed since the very first issue if the X-Men failed to defeat Apocalypse. It's also worth noting that this gruff, hardened, futuristic version of Wolverine actually predates Mark Miller and Steve McNiven's Old Man Logan comic, which popularised that version of the character. Overall, while it may not be as fondly remembered as other Ultimate reinventions of Marvel stories, I think the Cable saga is something of a hidden gem within this era of Ultimate X-Men, and a great example of how the Ultimate Universe could sometimes rework beloved characters into a new context in a genuinely bold and compelling way. The next character I want to spotlight in this video is the Vision, but since he's been reading a lot of Ultimate Comics lately, for his deep dive on the X-Men, I'm going to hand the video off to my friend Alex Lennen, who's going to come and talk you through the fascinating history behind the Ultimate version of the android hero.
Now, there are technically 3 Visions in the Ultimate Universe. The first, and really the only one worth talking about, was created by Warren Ellis and Trevor Hairsine in their miniseries Ultimate Nightmare. This version of Vision was created 500 million years ago, to be used as a tool to combat Galactus, a giant swarm of robotic drones which traverses the universe, annihilating all life in its path. Vision's job is to record planets who are about to be destroyed by the Galactus swarm. That way, even if they don't survive, their knowledge will live on for the next planet, and it will keep going and going until someone finally figures out how to stop the swarm. Now, Vision arrived on Earth 100 years prior to Galactus' arrival, plenty of time to warn everyone and let them figure out some means of defense. However, its vessel failed upon entering Earth's atmosphere, and it then spent the next century damaged, captured, and dissected in Siberia. By the time Vision finally gets to warn people, it's almost too late. Nonetheless, Vision is taken in by S.H.I.E.L.D., with Sam Wilson, aka the Falcon, being assigned to keep close watch. His job is to monitor Vision 24/7 and learn as much as he can to help the Earth fight off the swarm. During this time, Sam develops a close bond with Vision, who, upon being repaired, develops into a more feminine form. Vision then provides Sam with vital information, which ultimately leads to Galactus being scared off and leaving to find some other planet. Just as Vision prepares to leave Earth, she is lured back in by George Tarleton, aka MODOK, who has gained possession of a single deactivated Galactus drone. Now, MODOK claims to be on the side of the Angels. He says he can get this drone to send a signal to the rest of the swarm, telling them to self-destruct and thus eliminating the threat of Galactus from the universe. Seems noble enough, and all he needs is for Vision to plug herself into the drone, acting as the interface he can use so he can actually give the drone commands. Of course, this turns out to be manipulation. MODOK instead wants to use the Galactus module to hold the world ransom because he's just so evil and horrible. In the end, Vision manages to stop MODOK's plan, defeating him and the Galactus drone with the help of Sam. The day is saved, with Vision and Sam having become closer as a result. I don't think it's really fair to compare Ultimate Vision with the main universe one, given that the main Vision has over 1,000 appearances and has developed over years and years, while Ultimate Vision got 1, maybe 2 stories to herself, but I still think she's a pretty good character given the short time she had. It's nice seeing her learn to care for humanity and watching her develop emotional bonds with Sam or Dima, the little girl she meets on MODOK's space station, who is also artificially created. It's also satisfying seeing her get some closure, having fought Galactus for millions of years and then finally getting a win. Unfortunately, Vision wouldn't get to do much else until the Cataclysm event, a storyline in which the main Galactus arrives in the Ultimate Universe and merges with his robotic swarm counterpart. Upon confronting Galactus, Vision is completely destroyed and uses the last of her energy to send a message back to Earth, a rather heartfelt message explaining how much she cares for Sam and how he helped her understand the feeling of love.
The final character I want to discuss in this video is actually the last to chronologically be introduced, debuting in August of 2009 in Ultimate Comics Avengers issue 1. The Red Skull has served as Captain America's arch nemesis since the pair were first introduced in 1941. Originally featured as a Nazi commander and foe of Steve Rogers in the Second World War, before making his way to the present day, the Red Skull has had many different names throughout his existence, from George Maxson, Albert Malik, and most notably Johann Schmidt. But a name that few would expect to be associated with the villain is Rogers, but in the world of the Ultimate Marvel Universe, that's exactly what the Red Skull is, as this version of the character is the illegitimate son of Captain America. Although Steve Rogers' backstory was largely told in Miller and Brian Hitch's Ultimates comic from 2002, the writer returned to Cap's life in the Second World War during his Avengers series several years later. Here, we learn that before Steve was frozen in ice, his then-girlfriend Gail Richards had become pregnant, and after his disappearance, Gail was convinced by the US military to hand over their newborn child for its safety. As the child grows up, he's trained to become a super soldier like his father, but after becoming an adult in the early 1960s, he escapes from the military and unleashes a murderous rampage across America, going as far as killing President John F. Kennedy before carving off the actual flesh from his face. In the present day, the Red Skull exists as a notorious domestic terrorist with ties to the scientific research group AIM. During the events of Ultimate Comics Avengers, the villain breaks into the Baxter Building and steals Reed Richards' cosmic cube, which causes him to come into conflict with his long-lost father, revealing his identity to Cap before escaping with the cube. As S.H.I.E.L.D. sends the Ultimates to try and apprehend the Red Skull, Steve goes rogue and hacks into a S.H.I.E.L.D. database, discovering the truth about his long-lost son. Cap and the Ultimates both race to Alaska, where the villain is hiding out and planning to use the Cosmic Cube to rewrite history in his image. As he uses the cube to fight the Ultimates though, Steve arrives in a jet and crashes into his illegitimate child, impaling him and allowing S.H.I.E.L.D. to obtain the cube and take the Red Skull into custody. Here, the villain actually reveals his master plan, explaining that he wanted to use the cube to go back and prevent his father from falling in the ice, and giving himself a chance to have the family he never could. While Steve comforts an elderly Gale, Fury has the Red Skull executed, forever burying the secret of Captain America's long-lost son. As you might imagine, I have a lot of complicated feelings about this character. One bit of praise I will give is that Miller and Carlos Pacheco's take on the Red Skull is a bold reinvention of the villain. Taking the core premise and very little else, the duo rebuild the Red Skull from the ground up, creating a genuinely terrifying and sadistic foe with a distinctly personal vendetta against Captain America, exploring a part of Steve Rogers' character that we've never really encountered in the comics. With that said, many of my issues lie in the character's execution. Given the deeply personal relationship between Cap and the Red Skull, telling this entire story in just 6 issues feels incredibly underwhelming, and the reveal of the villain's existence 8 years after Captain America first debuted in the Ultimates issue 1 does feel like something of an oversight and a lapse in continuity, if we're supposed to believe that the Red Skull is such a notorious figure within this universe, wreaking havoc across America since the 1960s, that it feels odd that it took this long for not only the Ultimates to encounter him, but for him to ever be brought up or mentioned in a comic. I also think that the resolution of this storyline falls a little flat. The twist that the Red Skull's master plan was to use the Cosmic Cube to prevent Steve from falling in the ice is compelling, but it's difficult for the comic to expect us to sympathise with a character who not only has roots tracing back to the Nazis, but just throughout this series commits so many heinous and unforgivable deeds. He's a character so clearly beyond any source of redemption, so his sympathetic demise and assassination honestly feels like a cheap way to write out this character. I've said it multiple times in this video, but it bears repeating. I do think there was potential for Ultimate Red Skull to return and be further explored in subsequent books, even if by 2009 the Ultimate Universe had lost much of its momentum and attention from mainstream readers. There are a lot of genuinely interesting ideas at play throughout his appearances in Ultimate Comics Avengers, but with how quickly his arc is resolved and is unceremoniously killed, it's far too abrupt to make the impact expected for a villain with the stature and longevity of the Red Skull. The Ultimate Marvel Universe was unlike anything the company had attempted before when it first began. The brainchild of then Marvel Vice President Bill Jemas and Editor-in-Chief Joe Quesada, this new publishing initiative was a genuine alternative to the company's main line of comic books, serving as a ground zero moment that would result in a unique version of the classic Marvel Universe designed to appeal to a whole new generation of readers. While Marvel had previously tried to relaunch a handful of underperforming titles in the late 1990s as part of their Heroes Reborn initiative, the notion of creating an entirely new universe full of fresh takes on the various characters was incredibly ambitious. The first series released as part of this universe, Bendis and Bagley's Ultimate Spider-Man, proved to be a monumental success, and as such, Jemas and Quesada pushed ahead with a variety of different titles all set inside this brand new universe. With Bendis' unquestionable success on Ultimate Spider-Man, it's no surprise that the writer was brought in to help bring another property to life in the form of the Fantastic Four. However, what was surprising was the fact he wasn't going to be doing it alone. You see, in 2002, Mark Millar and Brian Hitch's 13-issue series, The Ultimates, was released. Reimagining the Avengers into 21st century America, The Ultimates arguably became the universe's second biggest success after Ultimate Spider-Man, and caused Marvel to see both Bendis and Millar as the two architects of Earth 1610. After Marvel's first choice to write Ultimate Fantastic Four, Grant Morrison, became unavailable, the company handed the reins over to both Bendis and Millar, believing with their combined star power and success, this new iteration of Marvel's first family would be a guaranteed smash hit. As you can probably imagine, this collaboration did prove challenging for both writers. Not only do Bendis and Millar have incredibly different writing styles, but they also rarely collaborated in person, due to Bendis residing in Oregon, whilst Millar lived in Glasgow. As such, the pair would only co-write the comic for its initial 6 issues, but they nevertheless managed to successfully introduce a compelling new version of the beloved superhero team. In this modern reimagining, the Fantastic Four were depicted as being in their early 20s, with Reed a child prodigy who is recruited to a government think tank based in the Baxter Building, where he meets Sue and Johnny Storm, as well as his future arch-rival, Victor Van Dam. It's during his time at the Baxter Building that Reed devises a way to travel to parallel universes, with the four alongside Reed's childhood friend Ben Grimm travelling through the portal only for their bodies to mutate, returning home to discover that each of them have now developed unique abilities and superpowers. This new origin for the Fantastic Four was devised by Millar to update the original story created by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby in 1961, with the writer seeking to move away from the Cold War-infused space race and instead base the team's inception around the Negative Zone. This attempt to modernise one of Marvel's first superhero teams would be felt throughout much of this 6-issue story, as Bendis combined the coming-of-age tone he established in Ultimate Spider-Man with Millar's penchant for blending larger-than-life heroism with meta-political commentary. After the release of issue 6 in July 2004, the two writers would be replaced by Warren Ellis, who would take over the series until issue 18, and continue the themes established in their debut story, having the Fantastic Four face off against Van Dam, now the villainous Doctor Doom, and travel once again to the Negative Zone, where they encounter Annihilus. However, I think it's fair to say that throughout its run, the Ultimate Fantastic Four series never truly had an established creative team. After Ellis departed following issue 18, a number of different writers would take over for brief runs, including Mike Carey, Joe Pekaski, and even the returning Mark Millar. Despite its ever-changing creative team though, the comic continued to offer a genuinely interesting new depiction of the classic team, exploring many previously unseen corners of the Ultimate Universe and encountering new versions of villains such as Thanos, Namor, and the Silver Surfer. It was also around this time that the Fantastic Four began to cross over with the other Ultimate books as well. In 2005, they would appear in a 4-issue miniseries alongside the X-Men, and the same year, they would unite with both the mutant heroes and the Ultimates to prevent the invasion of Galactus. However, when it comes to crossovers and events within the Ultimate Marvel Universe, there are few as infamous as Jeff Loeb and David Finch's 2009 storyline Ultimatum, and it would be this that would forever change the future of Reed Richards and the Ultimate Fantastic Four. Ultimatum is the story that changed everything for the Ultimate Universe. To many, this is the moment the series' golden age died, with many iconic characters and teams being slain in this earth-shattering event. Told throughout 5 issues, Ultimatum sees Magneto attempt to destroy the world following the deaths of Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch. While I don't want to delve too much into the story of Ultimatum itself, the fallout from this is incredibly significant when discussing the demise of the Ultimate Fantastic Four and the downfall of Reed Richards. You see, one of the many people killed during Ultimatum was Franklin Storm, Sue and Johnny's father and the mentor to the entire Fantastic Four, and it's his death that causes the superhero team to disband, with Sue also rejecting Reed's proposal in the process. As the 4 heroes go their separate ways, we follow Reed Richards in the pages of Ultimate Comics Doomsday, where he moves back home with his parents, only for their family home to be blown up and all presumed dead. We later learn that Reed's home was one of many locations targeted by an incoming alien invasion. However, as S.H.I.E.L.D. attempts to assemble a new superhero team to fight off the alien invasion, Reed is revealed to not only still be alive, but actually working alongside the aliens. After revealing himself to Sue, the heroes follow Reed into the negative zone, where he attempts to fight his former friends, resulting in the Human Torch scarring half of his face, before the facility Reed built inside of the dimension begins to collapse and causes his body to be lost inside the negative zone, as the heroes return to Earth, believing that their former friend is now dead. Reed's turn into becoming a major antagonist would be expanded upon in Jonathan Hickman and Asad Ribick's 12-issue run on the Ultimates, with the former Mr. Fantastic returning to Earth under a new identity, now known as the Maker, alongside a group called the Children of Tomorrow. Living inside of a futuristic dome that sees time pass at an accelerated rate, Reed returns to society, having not only stretched his skull to increase his brain capacity, but he's lived within the dome for 900 years, and in the process developed a god complex, with the Maker persona being eerily similar to that of his longtime rival, Doctor Doom. Throughout Hickman's time on the series, the Maker would become the main antagonist for the Ultimates. After Reed sends the Children of Tomorrow to murder the remaining Asgardians, Thor teleports himself inside of the dome, where he comes face to face with the Maker, becoming the first of the Ultimates to learn the villain's identity. Thor returns to S.H.I.E.L.D. and informs them that the Maker is actually Reed Richards, with the US government authorising a nuclear strike on the dome. While Maker and most of the Children of Tomorrow survive, the dome is severely damaged by the attack, with Reed retaliating by launching an antimatter attack on Washington DC, killing the President and all of Congress in the process. With both DC and Asgard in ruins, the new US government attempts to de-escalate tensions with the Maker, with Tony Stark being sent to the dome to meet with Reed as a peace offering. It's here that Tony becomes a prisoner of the Maker, who attempts to vivisect him. Before he can though, Tony suits up in a giant Iron Man armour and attacks the dome, with Reed injecting the Hulk, who had previously been captured and convinced to join Reed's side, with Giant Man's growth serum and sending him to kill Iron Man. Hulk and Tony fight throughout the domed city, as both Thor and Sue Storm break into the dome and attempt to capture a distracted Reed Richards. As the Hulk is subdued, the heroes corner the Maker, who attempts to reason with his former love, before Sue traps him inside of a force field bubble and brings him back to Washington to answer for his crimes. The Maker would reappear in later issues of The Ultimates, working alongside Kang the Conqueror, an alternate version of Sue Storm, to obtain the 8 Infinity Gems scattered across the world. Working alongside Hulk and Quicksilver, this team, known as the Dark Ultimates, managed to secure each of the powerful gems, with Kang explaining that they're needed to prevent an incoming threat that will destroy Earth in the future. However, before they can use the Infinity Gauntlets, they're stopped by the Ultimates and the remaining Fantastic Four. As the heroes and villains fight, they are all immobilized by a sudden surge of energy, with Kang telling them that it's now too late to save the universe, disappearing and allowing the Ultimates to arrest Reed once again. With the Maker returning to S.H.I.E.L.D. custody, he's confronted by Sue Storm, where Reed reveals that the threat Kang warned of is Galactus, and he's coming to destroy the Ultimate Universe. By the fall of 2013, many believed the end of the Ultimate Universe was near. While Marvel continued to publish books under the imprint, and titles such as Ultimate Spider-Man and The Ultimate continued to tell new and exciting stories, it's safe to say that interest in the universe never quite recovered from Ultimatum. And while the 2013 crossover Cataclysm didn't prove to be the end for Earth 1610, it did serve as the last hurrah for this once industry-changing universe. As teased in previous stories, Cataclysm sees Galactus of Earth 616 arrive in the Ultimate Universe, seeking to devour Earth. The Ultimates initially try to fight the Eater of Worlds, but the villain proves to be more powerful than anyone they've faced previously. As such, the heroes retreat and begin planning a way to send Galactus back to his universe, with the Maker still in S.H.I.E.L.D. custody offering his help. Despite their hesitations, the Ultimates work with Reed to come up with a plan to defeat Galactus, with Reed and Miles Morales travelling to Earth 616 to try and meet with that universe's Mr. Fantastic. The two are subsequently teleported to the Baxter Building, where Reed not only obtains the information necessary to defeat Galactus, but in the process learns that in this universe, he is not only still a member of the Fantastic Four, but also married to Sue Storm with 2 children. This profoundly affects the Maker, who returns to his universe and apologises to Sue for everything he's done. Meanwhile, having gained the knowledge of the Fantastic Four's triumph over Galactus, the Ultimates devise a plan that would see Kitty Pryde, injected with the Giant Man serum, use her phasing powers to destroy Galactus's world-eating machine, whilst the Maker would open a portal to the Negative Zone and trap the villain inside of it. Although Kitty is able to destroy the machine and distract Galactus, the villain overpowers and defeats her, causing Captain America to fly directly into Galactus, sacrificing himself to buy the Maker enough time to open the portal. Reed and Tony Stark successfully open this gateway to the Negative Zone, as Thor delivers the final blow and traps both himself and Galactus inside the alternate universe. While many believed this story would see Galactus destroy the Ultimate Universe, it actually proved to be a heroic farewell to its most popular characters, as only 2 years later, the entire universe would be destroyed in the Time Runs Out storyline in Jonathan Hickman's Avengers comics. Throughout Hickman's run on Avengers and New Avengers, the writer had explored the concept of incursions, alternate realities crashing into one another and destroying themselves, as the Illuminati of Earth 616 travelled across the universe in an attempt to save the world. Over in the Ultimate Universe though, Reed is actually the first to discover the incursions, working with the Cabal to also travel across the universe and destroy parallel Earths. It's during his time working with the Cabal that the Maker witnesses the Illuminati also destroying alternate Earths, and realising that their respective worlds will likely be the final 2 remaining. As such, Reed warns S.H.I.E.L.D. of the coming attack, building a life raft whilst urging them to launch a full-scale attack on Earth 616. The final moments of Time Runs Out sees a full-scale war begin between the 2 Marvel universes, as the most iconic heroes of each reality clash as their worlds collide and are both destroyed in the process. This leads into the 2015 event Secret Wars, which sees Doctor Doom remake reality, using fragments of each destroyed Earth to create Battleworld. In this epic crossover, the Maker's life raft crashes on Battleworld, where the surviving members of the Ultimate Universe are confronted by the Thor Corps, fleeing and joining forces with the 616 heroes, who were freed by Doctor Strange. Realising that Doom has reconstructed the universe in his own image, the 2 Reeds begin developing a plan to defeat him and restore the universe to its correct state. The climax of Secret Wars sees Doom face a revolt from all corners of Battleworld, and while he attempts to preserve his control over the world that he built, Reed and the Maker sneak into his castle, not only discovering that in this reality, Sue Storm is actually married to Doom, but that Doom's powers is sourced from Molecule Man. As Reed attempts to free Molecule Man though, the Maker actually turns on his alternate counterpart, attempting to steal Doom's power for himself. Witnessing this, Molecule Man confronts the Maker and uses his power to cut the villain into pieces, seemingly killing him. With the Maker now gone, Molecule Man imbues Reed with his powers, allowing him to confront Doom and destroy Battleworld. In its wake, Reed uses the godlike powers he obtained to completely rebuild the Marvel Universe, and restoring the 616 Earth to its rightful state, and with his family by his side, sets out into space to restore the entire multiverse. The Maker story doesn't actually conclude in Secret Wars though, as it's revealed that Molecule Man actually separated his mind into all of the various realities restored by Mr. Fantastic. Alive once again, the Maker would become a permanent fixture in the main Marvel universe, being featured as a main villain in the pages of both the Ultimates and the Future Foundation. More recently though, he's actually been featured in Donny Cates' run on Venom, where the villain seeks to restore the Ultimate Universe and earn his place on the Intergalactic Council of Reeds. But regardless of which universe he exists in, I actually think the Maker is one of the biggest success stories of the Ultimate Universe, and one of the most interesting new characters Marvel have created in recent years. This harrowing tale of the downfall of Reed Richards and how the most brilliant mind in the Marvel Universe could become its greatest villain is one of the most captivating comic book stories I've read in a long time. Although the circumstances that led to his creation may not have been ideal, I actually think the Maker represents a genuine positive to come out of Ultimatum, as in response to the widespread death and devastation it caused, Marvel would create a villain who would not only carry the torch for the Ultimate Universe until its very end, but would remain an integral character in the company's stories for many years to come. On the 6th of May 2015, in the pages of Secret Wars issue 1, the Ultimate Marvel Universe came to an end. In this story, written by Jonathan Hickman with art by Asad Ribic, an incursion occurs between Earth 616 and Earth 1610, resulting in the complete destruction of both realities. A small band of heroes and villains do survive the incursion, while Doctor Doom, harnessing the power of the Beyonders, takes the shards of each destroyed reality and forges a new world in his image, kicking off the main storyline of Secret Wars. Although this comic was the official end of Ultimate Marvel, to many it felt like the writing had been on the wall for some time. The universe loudly burst onto the scene in 2000, offering fresh, cinematic and distinctly modern reimaginings of some of Marvel's biggest characters, but it had quite prominently fallen from grace within a decade of its inception. As noted previously, Jeff Loeb and David Fincher's Ultimatum is often seen as the moment where the Ultimate Universe's bubble burst, as a large quantity of its superhero roster was mercilessly killed off in a story designed to shock readers and reset the status quo. Now, this isn't to say that the Ultimate Universe was dead from this point onwards. While sales for its various titles never quite recovered, the 6 years between Ultimatum and Secret Wars did see some interesting and bold creative decisions be made. Most notably, following the Fantastic Four split after Franklin Storm was killed in Ultimatum, Reed Richards went down a dark and sinister path, taking on the new identity of the Maker. Likewise, the tragic death of Peter Parker in Ultimate Spider-Man issue 160 paved the way for the introduction of Miles Morales, a brand new character that would quickly establish himself as a worthy successor to the Spider-Man mantle. While there were plenty of enjoyable and unique stories told in this period, the overall momentum for the Ultimate series never quite recovered, and for much of the early 2010s, speculation was rampant about the universe's future. In 2013, Brian Michael Bendis and Mark Bagley, the original creative team of Ultimate Spider-Man, returned to Earth 1610 for Cataclysm. This series seemed to be the finale for the Ultimate Universe, with the book even being subtitled The Ultimate's Last Stand. However, it instead focuses on the likes of Miles, the Maker, and the world's other heroes banding together to save their reality from Galactus. In the aftermath of Cataclysm, the Ultimate Universe would soldier on for 2 more years until the events of Secret Wars, and in that book's aftermath, it seemed like this imprint and continuity wasn't coming back. As Secret Wars concluded and Marvel launched their all-new, all-different initiative, popular Ultimate characters like Miles and the Maker were integrated over into Earth 616, and no new Ultimate comics were announced going forward. What seemed like the final tale in the Ultimate storied history came in 2017, when Bendis and Bagley again reunited for Spider-Men 2, a crossover story featuring both Peter and Miles, which ended with the pair journeying to Earth 1610 to discover its heroes once again alive and well. Spider-Man 2's heartfelt ending served as Ultimate Marvel's epilogue, and a sincere farewell from Bendis, who would soon depart the company for DC. However, while this was going on, the maker would also resurface in several Marvel comics, namely Donny Cates and Ryan Stegman's run on Venom. Throughout several issues, we follow this twisted version of Reed Richards' search for the ultimate version of the symbiote, as well as trying to build a device that will transport him back home. This plot culminates in Venom issue 26, where the maker does return to Earth 1610, only to find it in flames as billboards decry "Where are the Ultimates?" Later in Venom number 35, Eddie Brock tells various factions of the Marvel Universe that the maker is plotting an invasion of Earth 616. While this issue did seemingly tease the forthcoming return of the Ultimate Universe and the creative direction in which its comeback would be staged, things would soon take an unimaginable turn. In July of 2023, reports surfaced that Donny Cates had been in a serious accident several months prior, which had caused him to step away from numerous projects. The news of Cates' injury coincided with Marvel's formal announcement of Ultimate Invasion, a 4-part comic that would follow the maker and return readers to the Ultimate Universe. Since the book's announcement, it's been widely believed that Cates was initially set to write Invasion, teaming with Ultimate's co-creator Brian Hitch, until Jonathan Hickman was drafted in following his accident. During an interview with John Suntress on the Word Balloon podcast, Hitch discussed the creative shakeup that occurred behind the scenes.
To be honest, that was one of the appeals of doing this when CB first came. He said, look, we're going to do a Venom relaunch, we're going to do this Ultimate Invasion thing. And back then it was a very different thing, because it was going to be 5 issues of Venom and 5 issues of Ultimate Invasion, and Invasion kept getting put back, so I stayed on Venom because I was having fun. I mean, actually, Ultimate Invasion was originally going to be with another writer, and then that writer left the project. I stayed with it and went, because they said, Jonathan's going to do it. It won't be the same project, it'll be a completely new thing, but Jonathan's going to come, we'll keep the title, but Jonathan's going to put something new. Are you in? I said, well, yeah, technically, yeah, because we wanted to work together for a while, so I don't see any reason why I wouldn't want to stay with it, so it's nice that we've got to do it together finally, at least.
Marvel's decision to approach Hickman to helm the series was likely due both to his familiarity with the concept, having written a celebrated run on the Ultimates back in 2012, which prominently featured the maker, as well as his strengths with handling complex lore, mythology, and world building in his stories. In an interview with Entertainment Weekly, Hickman outlined his vision for Ultimate Invasion, noting that the comic wouldn't simply be a return to the old Ultimate Universe, but would instead be an opportunity to take the original series concept and reconfigure it for a modern audience. He states,
Brian and I have already put in our time doing Ultimate books, so when Marvel laid this project in front of us, we both knew there needed to be a good reason to revisit the idea of Ultimate Comics beyond telling a cool story or just getting to work together, which is something we've been trying to do for years. So with that in mind, it couldn't be replicating or revisiting what Brian did in the original Ultimates, creating a streamlined, modernized version that would eventually become the spine of the MCU. And it certainly couldn't be what I did, which was a final chapter of a pre-existing universe. The very idea of Ultimate Comics needed to be inverted from what the original universe was. We wanted this to be something that could really only exist in the comic space, a new way of thinking about and enjoying a new version of the Marvel Universe.
Hickman would further explain these comments in September, outlining his mission statement for both Ultimate Invasion and the future relaunch of the entire universe, telling Marvel.com,
What made the Ultimate Universe originally really interesting was that it was a reflection of the world outside your window, in the moment that you were living in. What does it look like in the world we're living in now? It's kind of shocking how much the world has changed in that period of time. The idea of what it would be like to see the genesis of superheroes in a brand new world is a really fascinating exercise.
News of Ultimate Invasion and Marvel's plans to revive the imprint took much of the comic industry and broader media by surprise. Not only did few expect an Ultimate resurgence at all, but Jonathan Hickman's involvement was a particular shock, as he hadn't written for Marvel Comics since his complicated departure from the X-Men in late 2021. Nevertheless, this surprise quickly turned to curiosity, as readers anticipated what Hickman and Hitch's master plan could be, and how, in just 4 issues, they would be able to create a brand new Ultimate Universe that would both work for a new generation and be faithful to its iconic predecessor. On the 21st of June 2023, the first issue of Ultimate Invasion was finally released, and just from its bold opening pages, it quickly became clear to almost everyone that this would be something truly unique.
Ultimate Invasion was released between June and September of 2023, and alongside being Jonathan Hickman's return to Marvel Comics, was an event designed to launch the premise and status quo of Marvel's revived Ultimate Universe. Now, with this in mind, this series isn't simply a return to the old world of Earth 1610. Instead, Hickman and artist Brian Hitch seek to examine and critique the very notion of what the Ultimate Universe is, and what purpose such an initiative would serve in the modern age of comics. The story begins though in familiar surroundings, as we open to find the Maker contained within a cell on Earth 616. Suddenly, a group of armed mercenaries swarm the facility and free the villain. As Reed puts on his trademark costume, he activates a device that reconfigures the mercenary's DNA to create an identical duplicate of himself, leaving it behind in his cell as he escapes. News of the Maker's breakout sends shockwaves across the Marvel landscape, with Mr. Fantastic and Black Panther investigating the scene of the crime before calling a meeting with the Illuminati, where we learn the Maker has stolen vibranium from Wakanda, Terrigen spheres from the Inhumans, and even a Krakoan gateway from the X-Men. Theorizing that he's attempting to build a portal, the heroes search to find the Maker, while the villain makes an unexpected detour to the home of Miles Morales. Confronting Miles in his room, Maker explains that they are two survivors of a doomed world and offers to take the young hero with him on his next voyage. Miles declines, with Reed leaving behind a blank calling card in case he changes his mind. The Illuminati arrive just as the Maker activates his machine, which opens a portal to a faraway reality. Trapping the heroes behind a force field, the Maker asks Mr. Fantastic a sobering question: if you could remake the universe again, would you erase me? To which Reed defeatedly answers with yes. The Maker promises to keep this in mind as he walks through the portal, vanishing from Earth 616 and leaving the heroes with no clue of his whereabouts. The first issue of Ultimate Invasion concludes with the reveal of our new reality, Earth 6160, a seemingly identical world to the main Marvel universe. Here, a teenage Peter Parker visits a science lab where a radioactive spider escapes its cage and prepares to bite him, only for the Maker to intervene and prevent it, setting in motion the start of his master plan to reshape this world in his own twisted image. While the first issue of Ultimate Invasion chronicles the Maker's escape from Earth 616, the next issue jumps forward in time, revealing the state of this new Earth in the present day after it's been significantly changed by the Maker. We learn that in this reality, none of the usual superheroes exist. The Fantastic Four didn't survive their trip into outer space, Loki is king of Asgard, and Steve Rogers was never recovered after World War II. Instead, the Maker, alongside a council of loyalists, conquered and reshaped the world in their image, dividing it into territories and ruling each with an iron fist. As this is all explained, we're also introduced to Iron Man in a sequence mirroring the hero's introduction in the original Ultimates comics, only for this to be revealed as Howard Stark underneath the suit. Howard, the co-founder of Stain Stark Industries and a major player within the North American Union, is invited to Latveria for a special event hosted by the Maker. We learn that despite Stain Stark's power and influence, Howard rarely took an active role in politics or current affairs, instead prioritizing his research and development of his Iron Man technology. Through this invitation though, Howard discovers the secrets at the heart of this world, including the Maker's control over it and how his council maintain power by orchestrating wars and large-scale events. During the ceremony though, the Maker's city is attacked by an army of super soldiers as clones of the world's forgotten heroes suddenly drop down from the sky. The guests are ushered away as the facility is swarmed by a fleet of Captain America's, Thor's and Vision's, with Tony's business partner and best friend Obadiah Stane killed in the conflict. These events serve to radicalize Howard and cause him to reject the Maker's rule, only for him to come face to face with the villain himself. Here, the Maker explains why he invited Howard to the meeting, stating that when rebuilding the world, he used a device called the Immortus engine. However, his escapades through time caught the attention of Kang the Conqueror, who destroyed the machine and severely injured him, and now he seeks Stark's help to build a new Immortus engine. Faced with no other choice, Howard agrees to help the Maker, relocating to the villain's stronghold and leaving behind his teenage son Tony. It's here that Howard meets the Maker's assistant, a prisoner in a metal mask referred to simply as Doom. Through their work together on the device, Howard and Doom devise a scheme to betray the Maker, using the ensuing conflict with Kang as a distraction to trap the villain permanently inside his city.
As Howard delivers the Immortus engine to the Maker, Doom lowers the city's shields and allows Kang's forces to enter. All-out war quickly breaks out, and Howard uses this moment to embed the Immortus engine into his armor, releasing a powerful blast that incapacitates everyone nearby. While this occurs, Doom reactivates the shields and traps both Kang and the Maker inside the facility, leaving Howard there as well. Shedding his damaged armor, Howard crawls over to Kang and removes his mask, only to shed a tear at what he finds. Ultimate Invasion concludes with Doom traveling to Stark Tower to meet with Howard's son Tony. He explains that his father's sacrifice was part of their plan to defeat the Maker, and that they successfully trapped the villain inside the city for 2 years, giving them enough time to try and put the world back to how it should have been. Inspired by his father's sacrifice, Tony agrees to join Doom's cause, as the pair build a new armor that Tony christens Iron Lad. As they begin their mission to correct this world status quo, the comic ends with the two men using the Immortus engine to travel back in time, where they locate the frozen body of a hero from a bygone era, Captain America. Ultimate Invasion is, above all else, a new beginning for the Ultimate Marvel Universe. It sets in motion a chain of events that usher in this new continuity and the ongoing story and throughline that runs throughout each of its monthly comics. Following the book's conclusion in September 2023, Jonathan Hickman would team with artist Stefano Caselli for the one-shot comic Ultimate Universe, which builds off Invasion's finale and delivers one more twist for this new status quo. Here, we follow Tony and Doom to retrieve Steve Rogers' frozen body before travelling to Asgard to free and imprison Thor. Joined by Lady Sif, the heroes also obtain a list of individuals who are supposed to become superheroes, only to have their future altered by the Maker, embarking on a journey to offer each of them powers and try to build an army to combat the villain when he returns. However, the comic ends with the reveal that the Maker's Illuminati is aware of this group and their plans, hacking into a Stark satellite and firing it at the heart of New York City, seemingly killing thousands and framing Tony for their deaths. The Ultimates go into hiding as a result, using the Immortus engine to travel 6 months into the future, all while sending out an array of orbs containing the necessary powers and suits for a new generation of heroes to rise up. The events of Ultimate Universe #1 would kick off the large-scale narrative of the ongoing Ultimate comics. Ultimate Spider-Man, written by Hickman and drawn by Marco Ticchetto, follows a 30-something-year-old Peter Parker who was never bitten as a teenager. Instead, he's now happily married to Mary Jane with 2 kids and works at the Daily Bugle alongside Uncle Ben. One night, though, he's visited by a hologram of Iron Lad, who explains how his future was supposed to go and offers him the chance to now become Spider-Man, which he accepts. Meanwhile, in Brian Hill and Stefano Caselli's Ultimate Black Panther, we learn that Africa is under the ruthless control of Khonshu and Ra, while Wakanda remained isolated from the rest of the world and free from the Maker's control, until it's suddenly attacked by the duo's forces, creating an inevitable war that causes T'Challa to seek out new allies in the form of Storm and Killmonger. Meanwhile, in Peach Momoko's Ultimate X-Men, we follow a band of misfit teens led by Hisako Ichi, aka Armor, who all manifest powers after a series of traumatic events and are seemingly linked to an underground cult called the Children of the Atom. And finally, Dennis Camp and Juan Figuere's Ultimates follows the likes of Tony, Doom and co on their quest to amass an army of superheroes, enlisting in each issue the likes of Ant-Man, the Wasp, America Chavez and Hawkeye, all while coming to terms with how the Maker and his cabal have irrevocably changed their lives. We're now several months into these new Ultimate Universe comics, and I'm happy to report that each one continues to enthrall and excite me with every new issue. They often tell brilliant self-contained stories that reinvent Marvel's flagship characters in interesting ways, while still contributing to the larger narratives and world buildings of this new continuity. And now with a greater sense of what this new universe is and what it symbolises, I wanted to re-examine Ultimate Invasion and consider how it exists as a prelude to this new era of storytelling. Initially, when I read the comic throughout the summer of 2023, I did largely enjoy it. That said, in some areas I struggled to fully grasp the broad ideas at the heart of this series, and was unsure about some of the more high concept elements and what they would mean going forwards. Knowing that this would be a lead-in story to a much bigger continuity, I realised at the time that this would be a series that I could only properly assess in hindsight, having a better understanding of what would come after it. And having recently revisited all 4 issues, I do think that this is the case. At its core, Ultimate Invasion is a comic all about questioning the legacy and purpose of Ultimate Marvel, asking what role such an initiative would serve in the modern comics landscape. To both Hickman and Hitch, it would have been easy to bring this universe back solely for nostalgia, harking back to the golden age of books like Ultimate Spider-Man and the Ultimates with little more to say. Instead, their tale of the Maker's foray into Earth 6160 is a far more critical and introspective examination of how the idea of an ultimate continuity differs in the world of comics today to how it would have 20 years ago. When attempting to identify the broad themes of Ultimate Invasion and how it sets up the status quo of the books that are coming out now, I sat down with Erica Zana, host of the Geeksplain podcast, who covered the series extensively earlier this year, to discuss what this book says about the legacy of the original Ultimate Universe and the ideas that underpin Hickman and Hitch's story. The big narrative through line for the Ultimate Universe is this idea of like reclaiming the present and reclaiming the potential future that was taken from us. And that is kind of set up in Invasion because obviously the first issue of Invasion is largely set on Earth 616 and it chronicles the Maker's escape. And there's two really interesting moments in that issue. Three, actually. There's the interaction with Miles. There's the interaction with Reed before he goes through the portal, and then there's the very ending stinger where he stops Peter from getting bitten by the spider.
Mm-hmm.
And I think those three moments, just kind of isolated, pretty much set the stage for what is to come.
Yeah.
And then you get, throughout the rest of the book, you kind of get introduced to the world as the Maker perceives it. So you get to see the things in his image where you have the kind of council, he's almost like his Illuminati that rule the world alongside him, the Hulk, Captain Britain, and all of those characters. You get the introduction of Howard Stark, who has a really fascinating arc in this series. And then you get all the setups involving Kang, and I think I'm still thinking about is Kang's clones.
Yeah.
Who are like perfect
Ultimates
doppelgangers of the original Brian Hitch Ultimates characters.
Which is an interesting choice.
Which is something I'm thinking about, and I haven't gone back to cross-reference this, but I want to compare the designs between the clones that Hitch draws in Invasion versus how Juan Frigeri draws those same characters in Ultimates. Because I think Frigeri's version of Cap is very Ultimate inspired, but it's not a one-to-one.
No.
His version of Thor is very different from Ultimate Thor.
That's a great point.
And I haven't got to that point yet where I can go back and compare them side by side. But I think that's a really interesting idea of like, where do they come from? Is that like just meant to be a thematic thing of like,
right?
Because we talked about this idea that Hickman didn't want to just repeat the past. He didn't want to just do the Ultimate Universe again as it was. So I think there's something quite interesting in that Kang essentially sends the past back at the Maker's new status quo. It's almost like Ultimate Invasion is like an ideological war for what the Ultimate Universe is meant to be going forward.
What it was and what it can be.
Yeah, between the Maker's twisted version and Kang, who's kind of fighting for the Ultimate Universe that was.
Right.
And then the end result is it's up to neither of those individuals to decide it.
Yeah.
Because they both get defeated at the end of the book.
Yeah. Right. Because they're not there to helm this new.
No, it's kind of left to Tony and it's left to Reed, and then later on it's left to Peter and T'Challa and to Armor and all these other characters to figure out what this world means to them.
Yeah.
Which is kind of perfectly summarized in Tony's monologue at the end of Ultimate Spider-Man #1.
Right.
And I just think that's so narratively and thematically interesting that the way Hickman launches this series is with a book that is literally questioning the identity and the purpose of this universe.
In Ultimate Invasion, very specifically, the story is centered almost around just the Maker and Howard Stark are our two leads, which I think is a fascinating choice to have Howard Stark, who has never really had much of a character of any.
Yeah, so let's talk about that then, because that's a really interesting choice. I feel that obviously Tony is kind of like, I would argue Tony feels like the main protagonist of the Ultimate Universe right now.
I agree.
But the choice to focus so much of Invasion around Howard is kind of the instigator of everything that happens and the status quo we have now. Why do you think Hickman chose to use Howard as kind of not only as Iron Man in that book, but have him be the kind of main cause of conflict with the Maker that then sets everything in motion up for the introduction of Reed, the introduction of, Tony, and then from there, everything that we've got now. What do you think he's trying to thematically say with that?
I have never really seen anything of value in Howard Stark prior to
not in the
book.
way that Hickman uses him.
Right. And so I always, reading through it the first time, rereading it for our series on the podcast, I saw it's like, well, it's Howard Stark. You got to have somebody to introduce Tony Stark. He's a stepping stone. But in what you were saying about this being not only a revitalization, but also a conversation between this current Ultimate Universe and the previous Ultimate Universe, looking at the stat sheet, Howard Stark is more or less 1610 Tony Stark. He's got the same armor. He's got the same values. He is working with a war machine who also happens to be Obadiah Stane, who is a character who has been associated with Tony both in both on the same team as well as in conflict with. This is, to me at least, and especially, after the conversation we've been having, this is a conversation of what the past represents. This is the previous, he's a representation of the previous Ultimate Universe, where again, he has the same armor, the same values more or less, and he is the representation of what the attempts by, possibly previous creators who weren't able to work on this book, editorial, whatever, wanted this universe to be. And so having Howard Stark represent the old values as a catalyst to not just shaping the worldview of the new kid on the block, who is, as we said, essentially the catalyst of this new universe in Tony, but also in conflict, open conflict and direct conflict with the Maker, who is the person who more or less is trying to burn it all away, I think is a perfect use of a character who has never had a whole lot before.
That's a really fascinating insight because, we talked earlier about how the central conflict of Ultimate Invasion seems quite meta and philosophical, where you have the Maker who represents the old new. He is literally building a universe from scratch in his own image. And then you have Kang, who is sending clones back that are just very clearly meant to symbolize the original Ultimate Universe, perfectly drawn by Brian Hitch. And it is almost this ideological conflict of what is this universe? Is this something that's completely new and rejects any notion of what came before, which is, everything that the Maker is about? He's a rejection of who Reed Richards is and is supposed to be. And then you have Kang and his army, which is very much trying to set the course back to how it should be. There's something very meta in that as well. And then for Howard, like you said, I hadn't considered him as kind of a stand-in for the previous Tony Stark and the previous Ultimate Universe in general. But he is kind of like his arc in the journey throughout the book of realizing the way that the world is and realizing that this isn't how things should be. He kind of makes the conscious decision to reject both sides of that argument and effectively sacrifices himself to give the next generation a chance to define itself without either of those forces choosing what path it should go down. Howard's sacrifice of kind of killing Kang and also trapping the Maker in the dome is what allows for people like Tony and Reed and Peter and all of these other protagonists of the new Ultimate Universe to collectively decide what their own fate should be, both within the stories themselves, but also quite metatextually, where they get to decide in the pages of all of these new books, Jonathan Hickman, Dennis Camp, Peach Momoko, Brian Hill, and all of the artists and collaborators get to collectively decide what this new Ultimate Universe is meant to represent and symbolize.
Yeah.
And without it being either this kind of nostalgia-fueled revival of what it was doing in the 2000s, or this almost rejection of that. It doesn't have to be either. And that kind of finding a third way that Howard does in that story seems quite seems quite comparable to Hickman's internal conversations about this series as well. If you look beyond its twists and turns, Ultimate Invasion is a book all about the ideological war between the Maker and Kang the Conqueror, who both symbolise different creative approaches to relaunching this classic continuity. The Maker, our initial POV character in the first issue, is someone from the original Ultimate Universe but seemingly rejects it, choosing not to go home and instead forge a new reality in his image. Upon his arrival on Earth 6160, the Maker denies this world's natural order and uses the Immortus engine to rewrite history, discarding any sentimentality towards the past in order to build something that truly represents him and his sensibilities. Opposing the Maker is Kang, a character who rules over time and seeks to maintain order and the status quo. While this iteration of Kang doesn't get much direct focus in the series, his role as a symbol of what came before is noteworthy, especially when he sends clones of the original Ultimate characters back through time to attack the Maker and his council. The crux of their conflict feels like a metatextual war to determine what this new Ultimate Universe is. Is it a rejection of the past, or something stuck repeating what came before? The answer ultimately seems to be neither. Instead, Howard Stark, an otherwise unlikely protagonist, enters the fray and traps both individuals inside a dome, sacrificing himself to prevent either's predestined plan for this world to be enacted, and instead allowing its inhabitants, symbolised by Doom and Tony, to finally take control of their destiny. The final pages of Invasion, coupled with the events of Ultimate Universe number 1, succinctly demonstrate this. Tony builds the Iron Lad armour to carry on his father's legacy, while he and Doom recruit other individuals who all have their futures taken away by the Maker. Together, these new heroes aim to reclaim their future and determine what direction their world goes in, free from the influence of these other beings. This message feels quite evocative of Hickman's overall stance towards the relaunch, wanting to avoid dwelling on nostalgia or subversion too much, and instead take the core premise of Ultimate Marvel, a separate continuity where creators can reimagine the company's characters in unique ways and apply it in a way that speaks to modern audiences, irrespective of its connection to what came before. For example, the Ultimate Spider-Man featured in Hickman and Tucchetto's comic feels decisively different from the one in Bendis and Bagley's, and yet both still feel like Spider-Man and a clear attempt to do something different to his Earth 616 counterparts. In the end, I think this is the lasting legacy of Ultimate Invasion. Throughout just 4 issues, Hickman and Hitch wipe away all expectations and create a brand new world that feels both familiar yet distinctively fresh, and set in motion a continuity that a generation of new writers and artists can use to explore these iconic characters in curious and daring ways. Earth 1610 may be gone, but in its place comes a spiritual successor that seeks to challenge the norms of mainstream superhero comics, unapologetically forging its own path while still firmly continuing the legacy of the Ultimate Marvel Universe. Hey everyone, thank you so much for watching today's video. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please make sure to leave a like on this video and leave a comment down below as well. Let me know your thoughts on everything we talked about in today's video. I can't wait to hear what you have to say as always. If you're new to Owen Likes Comics, please make sure to hit the subscribe button and the notify bell so you don't miss out on any future videos. And if you enjoyed this and you want some more, there should be some other videos on screen right now that you might also enjoy. If you want to help support the channel and help me make more videos, you can do so by going over to patreon.com/OwenLikesComics. Or if you just want some more of me, you can follow me on Twitter, Instagram and Blue Sky, just at Owen Likes Comics. But that's all for this video. Again, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and hopefully I will see you next time. But until then, take care and keep reading.